We'll release. Ace king for Stefan on a raise to 125. Chakita with queen 2 of hearts calls in the big. King 6-4 is the flop. Aces for Christoph. Do have 3 hands remaining before the break. Pamu says Waji misclicked. He wanted to open and didn't see the jam. Oh, yes, that makes a lot of sense. I actually thought he was just gambling for 12 big blinds with the ace-6 suited. Thank you very much, Pamu. That makes way more sense. It wouldn't be the strangest thing I've ever seen a king, someone calling in that position when they have that much chips. But yes, indeed. Don't know how I overlooked that one. If he had a worse hand, I'd understand it a bit more. Sometimes you will just see guys calling for 12 bigs there with an ace-6 suited. Don Cologne says he plays 15 bigs and raised 3.6 bigs, so he commits nearly 25% of his stack. So either raise 2 big blinds with the king-queen off. Very good point, Don. I would much rather see a min-raise or a min-raise with a little bit of cheese on top, maybe 2.2 bigs. 3.6 bigs is absolute overkill in that exact scenario. So very good point and well made. Christoph bets 110k here on the 8-6-3. 2 hearts. Stefan with bottom pair. We'll see a turn. You can fold to a 3 bet if you just make it 2 bigs. Yes, very good. Just an absurd raise size off that stack depth. Two pair on the turn. And it goes into check call mode. And now, with 1.2 million in the pot here, I'd like to see a chunky bet size here from Stefan. Wants to make sure he gets called here. Look, about 550, 600 seems like a good sizing to me. Goes for 575. And I like it. And Christoph surely can't fold, especially when he's got the ace of hearts in his hand. Just a matter of whether he wants to shove or just call. And because the flush is out there, because there's straights out there, a lot of two pairs, etc., we'll just call. We'll get the bad news. And Christoph forced to pay the man. Stefan winning a very nice pot now, playing 55 big blinds. Don with another good point, says at the start when it's 200, 400, I make it also, but not when the stacks are 15 to 40 big blinds deep. They're raised 2 to 2.3 bigs, and with 15 bigs, for sure, only the min raise. Yeah. You've done your homework, Don. On this, the day of your daughter's wedding. Just two hands remaining now before the break with 93 players remaining now. Waji making it 125 to go with the Queen Jack of Spades from under the gun +1. Bird is back. What a bird. We're back just in time to watch this hand. And one more hand, and then we're going on a 15-minute break, which will give me time to feed the dog. Roof! Chips for Waji and Christoph. With Queen 6 of clubs. We'll be hoping to get the showdown as cheap as possible. Lee. Waji wants to size up here. I would like to see him bet. Okay, he's going for a smaller size, and I was going to say somewhere around 225. Goes for 160. And oh, it's Christoph betting 160. My apologies. Waji run a raise quickly to 450. Yeah, I actually like this sizing from Christoph as a block bet. Waji making a 450 to go, 290 more. And now Christoph just has to let his hand go, one would think. But it looks like he is a non-believer. We'll call the 290k. See, we make the blocker bet in the hope that our opponent won't raise. And then when they raise, we level ourselves into thinking that our opponent has raised because they've seen a block bet. So it's a bit of an oxymoron at times, these block bets. Then we feel compelled to call because we've made our hand look weak, etc. Let's call and gets the bad news. Maybe we're just better off check calling then, even though we're going to be check calling a similar sizing to what we had to call off the 450 anyway. Couple of ways you could take that one. Interesting to know what your thoughts are about that hand in the chat. You can mull it over the break and let me know. One hand remaining. Let's go. And then 120 white forward, King 10 offsuit round to Johan, who's got very short now, playing less than 5 bigs behind, 55k to call. I actually don't even love calling with this combo, even though we have our big blind invested and our big blind anti. Through the gappers, which has got much more playability with the 6-9, 7-9, especially 8-9 suited. This 5-9 is too disconnected for my liking. These are spots where I would definitely call in the past, but having done some homework off the stack depth, kind of better off just holding and saving the extra big. Definitely called 7-9 and 8-9. One's going to bet 215 now. Johan with a push draws Johnson. Big mistake not to bet the turn with the trip. Well, he was trying to play his hand deceptively on that occasion. But yeah, lost some value there for sure. He is going to put it in. Spin and win, boys. 770k in this spot. Johan, 22% equity for main. In this field, as we will see the river. It is the 5. Johan has been eliminated. Jens will take that one down, playing 54 big blinds now, and we are going on a 15-minute break. Hope you're enjoying the show. Don't go anywhere. Lots more action to come. We're just getting things heated up here. See you all in a few moments.
Yeah, there's been, a handful of significant pots, and Hasu has basically won all of them.
Yeah.
And then outside of that, Cabrell's won everything else.
Yeah.
18 million.
And Cabrell just says, let's go for all of it. And he's going to make his opponent pick up a hand. Oh.
Yeah, and this should be far more than enough hand, I think, for Hasu. Here we go.
It's just 21 big blinds with an ace. Would Cabrell play ace-king, ace-queen this way? Or would he play it a little, try to get induce action?
I think he would be inducing action with a lot of the aces that Hasu is losing to. And I think he would shove
There's
some
a
of the
call.
aces that are worse.
Hasu has made the call. It's
This could
ace-8
be it.
versus 5s. Another monster pot, and each one of these monster pots has gone Hasu's way.
What a call. I wouldn't call that.
I knew you have a small pair. I put you on a small pair. Makes
Oh?
sense. 18 million makes sense with deuces, threes, fours, fives.
Okay, let's do that.
Let's do it. 18 million in the pot. If Cabrell's 5s hold, it's over, and he will have won his 3rd bracelet. Otherwise, we continue on. There's an 8, but there's a 5.
Wow.
The 5 on the flop.
5 of clubs.
And Hasu now drawing nearly dead. He needs running cards.
Bravo.
And that's it.
Wow.
The river irrelevant. Martin Cabrell has won the 50K No Limit Hold'em Diamond High Roller and his 3rd World Series of Poker bracelet. Blinds now, by the way, 40,000, 80,000. So Lena's stack starting to really kind of represent some desperate times for him, as he is now down below 10 big blinds. Victor Blom started this hand with 15 big blinds.
$4 million.
And Cabrell, 3-betting. Victor Blom's going to gamble. See what Cabrell has. Cards on their back. Victor Blom all in at risk for his last 1.29 million, and he's in pretty good shape.
He is in good shape.
Like, you'd rather be up against aces.
Yeah. You certainly would.
Cabrell with just 18% equity. Oh, 1 club? Oh. Got excited there for him for a moment.
Such a tease of a window card.
2.7 million in the pop. And Victor Blom looking for the full double And he will get it.
Hand.
The river card, irrelevant. Cabrell
Pocket nine
drawing
was
dead.
8-9. Heads up, all in. Tournament final. I had pocket 9. Lost.
Yeah, I mean, to me, my guess would be there are a lot of players out there. There are a lot of athletes out there that banter, you know, talking crap to their opponents is part of their game.
Yeah.
It gets under their opponent's skin, but I also think it kind of gets them in the zone. And I suspect that's the same with this guy right here, Martin Cabrell. I think this is what he needs to do to play his A game.
Absolutely, and I think he's eliciting real reactions from his opponents. When you asked Chrissy a question about her chip stack earlier, she did not respond in the most monotone way. He might have picked up something there. We don't know.
Yeah, we forget sometimes. You know, we like to think of a lot of these poker players as, you know, solver robots, but they're anything but. I mean, these are human beings.
Absolutely.
Today. You wanna see. Ace King. Ace King, offsuit.
I pulled Ace Queen.
I think you are an amazing player. You agree with me? You agree with me?
I guess you were cheering against me, so
No, never.
you did.
I'm your biggest
got the
fan.
9 of diamonds to come.
I think I'm your biggest fan.
Maybe. Maybe number 2.
I think you are an amazing player.
Thank you.
You agree?
That you think that?
No, if you agree with the statement. Do you?
If the players are talking, we'll do our best to lay out so you can hear them.
No, 6 million. 6 million.
Chidwick's not going to say much. He'll let his chips do his talking.
That's usually what he does, and it seems to work out for him. Looking down at the Cowboys.
Yep. Cabrell, I want to say, is probably second in chips right now with 4.3 million. 3-bet here from Chidwick.
This was my quickest decision ever. I break my record. It was 0.6 seconds, now 0.2. I broke my record.
Oh,
Good
wow.
play, eh?
Everything going Cabrell's
Snap.
way.
Like snap.
We're only about 10 hands into our coverage today.
Even Victor smiled.
We've already had an elimination.
Such a boring game, this poker.
Classically
boring
frustrating
game, this
spot
poker.
for Stevie here.
Yeah, and 81 quips from one Martin
Just a
Cabrell.
Can you help me? How much is this, Stevie? Can you count it? Thanks you. Thanks.
Fairly quick check by Stevie here.
Yeah, Cabrell's going to check it back.
I like this. Ace-6, not traditionally a hand that can get 3 streets in a 3-bet pot. So, you know, we're gonna throw a check in somewhere. Why not on the flop?
Yeah, I mean, ace-5-5, rainbow. You're either way ahead or you're way behind, right?
Absolutely.
Is the queen concerning for Cabrell?
Certainly. I think that, you know, Stevie's got a lot of queens in there. Also, if Stevie has the sort of hand that's saying, I want to check the flop, but it's still a value hand, a lot of those outside of pocket kings are something like pocket queens or an ace, in which case now they're just chopping on all the aces. It's a very board changing type of card. Let's put it that way.
Oh, wow. And how does Chidwick navigate this? He went from, I hope I can get the showdown, maybe my kings are good, to, oh, my kings are definitely good.
Mm-hmm. It's
How
an
do I get
interesting
value?
card because it feels like it's more Stevie, but one might imagine that Stevie would have put in a bet himself between the flop and turn, or a raise against such a small bet on the turn. So really the only hand that improves would be something like pocket kings. Technically king-queen improves, but it still loses to an ace. So I'm not sure if this is the type of card that Stevie wants to be leading out on too often. Pocket kings is a real chunk of the type of hands he would play this way.
1.3 million in the pot.
He is going to find this lead, though. He just does not trust Cabrell to bet an ace himself on the river.
Yes, yes. Another one of these. Thank you.
And in fairness, and I could be wrong, I feel like Cabrell probably would have checked that river back.
I think he might have. Cabrell is actually pretty careful in these situations.
Yeah. I mean, what's he getting called by at that point?
Yeah. Now, if you're Cabrell, you're thinking about what bluffs can Stevie have here? Does he ever play pocket jacks like this? Maybe.
Wow.
Can I see that?
Really nice laydown, by the way.
Can I see that?
So Chidwick up to 3.3 million, Cabrell back down to 3.8 million.
Good river?
Really nice laydown there.
Pocket kings.
Good river?
What else can I have?
I think pocket kings, yeah. Maybe you think I'm too smart, which I am.
Does feel like one is coming quite soon, though.
Yeah, at the end of this level, we will have a break.
Yeah,
Well,
we've
look
been playing this level for some time.
Daniel Dvoris on the button, almost definitely going to move all in here, I would imagine, with pocket threes.
Yeah, mandatory all in.
Dvoris was a coach for Phil Galfon's poker training site, Run It Once. Over 15 million in tournament winnings. He was born in the Soviet Union, moved to Canada at the age of 8, just 36 years old. And he is gonna get some action. Cabrell calling. Dvoris' tournament life on the line, 3.6 million in the pot.
This is actually a huge situation.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is for Daniel Dvoris' life, but if Cabrell wins this, he's back to near tied for chip lead. If Dvoris wins this, I think he might be third in chips.
Yeah, it is.
Good call,
It's first
yeah?
and second, and then
Good
everybody
call.
else.
Yeah.
Thank you. GRO.
He'll be very close to
GRO
third in
approved.
chips. Let's put it that way.
Pocket freeze. Pocket freeze.
So
Not
the former
Giaro.
coach for Run It Once looking to fade the aces and tens, and there's a 10 in the window.
That
Knew it
is
will
a
be 10
terrible
there, yeah.
window
Like,
card
open it
right there.
like you knew.
And Dvoris needs a 3.
Good for you, Victor. Good for you. Victor sleeping. And Mr. Who lost 6 million, happy. I think you are one of the biggest losers of this year, right? 6 million down. Pretty sick. I agree.
One card
GG Daniel
remaining. If
in
it's
main
not a
event.
3, Daniel
GG.
Dvoris is out. Jack of diamonds.
I mean, not GG. Good luck.
And Daniel Dvoris, over 15 million in
Okay, now you
tournament
can recover.
winnings,
Minus 6 million, now you can
is
go
going
up.
to finish 2 off the money.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. If you're just tuning in, it's the EPF 1 million guaranteed live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. 90 players remaining now from a starting entry field size of 4,965. The average stack is 2.75 million. Small blind is 40k, big blind is 80k with an 80k running big blind ante. That's 40, 80, 80. My name is Action Man Dan, your Irish pundit and broadcaster for this one. Hope you're enjoying the show so far. Wherever you're tuning in from on this Monday afternoon. Fast going to become Monday evening. Had a fun and interesting opening frame. Opening couple of hours. Lots of characters at the feature table today. This is the European Poker Festival, and what an event it is for a €299 buy-in. 1.2 million in the prize pool, 150 grand for the winner. Vamos, me filo. Let's go. Jason rising to 180k with the pocket nines and the hijack. Zhen's opening with the queen jack offsuit from under the gun +1. Chakita Banana going to take that one away from Jens with the ace-king offsuit. He's having a fun day so far. He's won a couple of pots, nothing too crazy from Chakita, but you've been warned. This guy came to play. King's Resort, celebrity, regular. Likes to talk to his opponent. And he ain't afraid to get down. Christoph raising to 175 from the cutoff with the ace-queen, flopping top pair against Jens. Defending in the big blind with the jack-10 of hearts. He's got second pair. Two clubs on board on the ace-10 deuce. Interesting turn card. Jen's going to lead now for 305. Top 2 for Christoph. Just going to call. River is the 9 of diamonds. So bet a 425 here on the river. Don't know how much I like this. We do have a jack blocker to the straight. Just a lot of hands that beat us. And Christoph's going to try get some value for his 2 pair here, raising to 1.1 million. Little raise to 1.1 million down. 89 players remaining now. Christoph taking that one down with the ace deuce of spades. Ace King in the small blind, 13 bigs against the Chakita. Sometimes you might just limp here, let Chakita do the work. Seems a bit overkill to raise anything that's not all in. Or sorry, I think it's overkill to shove 14. But having said that, it's risky business going post flop. You make it 3x here against the Chakita. I think anything 13 and below there, we're just going to be snap jamming pretty much. In the Ace King department is what I mean. But having said that, we will see some players make it like 2.7x there, 2.5x, hoping to induce from Chakita. There are some hands there we want to trap if Chakita's been raising a decent percentage, but he seems to be very call happy and likes to see a lot of flops. So against an opponent like Chakita Banana there, I would just jam with the Ace King myself. I think anything over 15 bigs, I'm definitely just raising. Anything 13 and below, just jamming. He did a 14. Any more than that, I would just be raising. Christoph rivering the no flush on the 6-9-9, 10-5. What's the bet? Somewhere around half pot. Goes for just under half pot. And Janoon just with a bluff catcher. 12 bigs remaining. On a pair board like this, ambitious enough to call, really. Does decide his opponent can be bluffing enough at the time and will commit the chips. I think I would lean towards folding on that river. Christoph with 25% of all the chips in play at this feature. Waji with 44 bigs. Jason 40. Chakita 37. Stefan with 31. Jens with 25. And Janoun is your clear short stack playing a mere 8 bigs. But 8 bigs still not too bad of a stack in it with 75-minute blinds. Monster here for Jens. Raking at 185 to go. Min raise with a little bit of cheese on top. From under the gun +2. Round to the big blind. He will not defend with the king 6 off. Perhaps would call if he was suited. Stefan raises to 175 from the hijack with the ace-5 off suit. And Patrick Zidek on the button with King 10 of Hearts. So Jacks for Waji, Stefan with the ace 8 of diamonds, Jens with the 9-7 of spades on the 9-5 king deuce. Big blind checks, Stefan checks, Waji gonna check it back for pot control, 9-15 in the middle, river is the 3 of hearts. Waji taking down another pot. They're all adding up for Waji. A lot of momentum shifting in that man's direction right there. King 5, 7, 9. Janoon going to quickly check back. Just with Queen high on the King 5, 7, 9, 4 board. Jens with the best hand. And looks like he is going to bet with his 5. Going to go for block raising somewhere around a quarter pot. Sounds good to me. Bets 125. Janoon is going to let that one go. We'll just call him Ja. Bucklets wanted to see a raise to 550. Yeah, you got to punish these blockerish type sizings sometimes, but didn't have the right combo to do it with. Didn't have the 3-piece and a soda, if you will. Ja picking up a monster with his last 4.4 bigs. Also didn't have the collateral behind him to do that, Apocalypse. I think you need a new nickname as well, Apocalypse. Maybe we'll just call you Lips. All in favor, say aye. Meanwhile, all in favor for Chakita Banana with his pocket aces. This is pretty sick for Ja. Yes, he only has 4.4 bigs behind. However, running into aces. What a golden opportunity it would be for him to double up, picking up a monstrous hand like the King Kong's. Sub 5 bigs. And then Chakita waking up with the aces. I think he said good luck, Chief, or good luck, Chakita. Action's going to be back on Patrick, and us 190k to call. Will call. We'll see the flop. Ace, King, 4. This is disgusting. Both players flopping a set, and Ja will think there's no way he's losing now and set to triple up. Little does he know Chakita's sitting there with the pre-flop nuts and the nuts on this flop. The double nuts, if you will. Pre-flop nuts and the nuts on the flop. Pretty sick for Ja. Can't believe his luck. For Chakita, yes, Apocalypse. It's Apoco, Apo, Lips. Let's just call you Lips. Like Johnny Tight Lips. Oh, wait, that's another reference you probably won't get. Never mind. And Chakita, that man right there, eliminates a player, scoops more chips, and is becoming dangerous in a field like this. Chakita raised to 205 there on the button. Gotta love that music in the background. 84 players remaining now. Stefan going to call on the button with the king 5 of spades. Christoph going to call from the small with the 6-3 of diamonds. Waji, your initial opener from under the gun with the queen 8 of spades. And Patrick, in for a penny, in for a pound. And is it going to be a family pot with the ace 5 of diamonds? 95k to call, 685 in the middle already. Take my money. If he picks up on a lot of weakness here, this actually might be a really, really good jam, considering Waji is going to be opening very wide from under the gun. Yes, I love it. Very, very well played here from Patrick. A lot of players would, including myself, would most likely just call. He decides there's way more value in jamming, and I'm all for it. Takes down a nice pot, uncontested, and is now playing 24 big blinds. So we see an update of the good count. Christoph still your tournament captain at this stage. Big Waji with 49, Chakita 43, Jason 35, Patrick 26, Stefan 24, and 10 24. Big Brian. Loads and loads of tips to play. Lots and lots of action to come. Hope you're enjoying the show. We're live for over 3 hours now. You're just on your way home from work, wherever you may be, you're just tuning in. Stage 3, €299 buy-in. European Poker Festival, No Limit Hold'em main event live from the King's Resort in Roscoe. Waji, ladies. He has funded the ladies. Houston, of course, in his massage parlor. Three betting 700k. He's not going to be able to withstand this pressure. Awful big behind just 8-4 off suit. Very wide open in the first place. I didn't even mention that because it was seeded, but it is into what appears to be just in a full table. So I wouldn't try that one at home. Christoph raised to 175. Ace 6 of spades. Chakita defending. Jack 7 deuce. Flop going check, check. Chakita's going to bet now. I'm going to try rep a little ducky or a jack or a 7. Christoph going to call. River is a 6. Don't think Christoph's going to be going anywhere just yet. However, that 6 doesn't really change much, considering he would be still losing to a jack, a 7, or a deuce. I do see some of you saying in the chat there's been a lull in the action. Yeah, you just wait. I beg your pardon. Never promised you a rose garden. If you want the rainbow, you got to put up with the rain. Chakita betting 400k. Thought he rivered the best hand, trying to get value for it. Let's get picked off. Was €299 buy-in? Yes, that is correct. I just say 300. It's easier. Plus, I'm Irish. Everyone loves when I say 3 and 33 and 33 and a third. Waji 175 to go. Patrick in the big blind, 8-7 off suit. Flops a set. Don't see him getting paid here. Good shot, straight draw for Patrick, however. We'll get a call for this sizing, maybe. But there's 2 clubs on the flop, so it's not ideal. Wouldn't be shocked to see him just let this go, but with a 7 or an 8, it could be a clean out. I think we have to call one. Does call. We're off to the turn. 720 in the middle. Turn is a 9. 6 now for a straight, which we needed one on the flop for a straight already. Waji on about 400k, and now I think we just have to let our hand go. He will take that one down. Waji just going to call from the small with the king, queen of clubs. Christoph from the cutoff with the king, 8 of diamonds. Jason going to call in the big. Flop is 4-3 deuce. $275 is the bet from Jason. Well, that's going to be good enough to get rid of both players involved, and Jason will take that one down. That board going to smack his perceived big blind defending range more so than the opening range from the cutoff and the call from the small blind. The pay jump has been reached. All remaining players now guaranteed a minimum of €1,325. Patrick going to shove from the cutoff over the top of Waji, and we could have some action here because Waji is going to be ahead of this cutoff jamming range for 18 bigs. Considerable portion of the time will be a huge pass here from Waji. Obviously, we would prefer if we were suited. Could let hands like Ace-9 suited go, maybe even Ace-10 off, but Ace-Jack off, I'm dancing. We decides to just fold. I suppose when you think about it, it is 18 bigs of a jam, but it's going to contain all the small pairs and some hands that we dominate with the ace-jack. But with 42 bigs and such a great structure and 80 players remaining in such a prestigious event, decides to edge pass, and I can understand that. Jen's going to shove 13 bigs here with the king 10, and Jason forced to make a decision here on the ace 6-7. All diamonds. I think we just have to let our hand go. I wouldn't have been opening the 7-4 offsuit to begin with. Far too wide for my liking. Especially off sub 40 bigs. Stefan in the big with the 7-4 spades, defending, flopping a flush draw. Chakita betting 150 with bottom pair. I actually think I would prefer to just check call with the bottom pair. Interesting turn card. Stefan picking up some outs. Stefan wants to be betting now. I would like to bet somewhere around 3 or 350 into a pot of that size. Maybe even 275, something like that. 175 seems a little bit small for my liking. But it does not matter. Chakita releases and the 7-4 taking down a nice pot. Jason going for a very large raise. Actually, no, it's just the graphics that are wrong. Blinds have gone up, by the way. Small blind is 50k. Big blind 100k with 100k running. Big blind ante. 77 players remaining now. Average stack 32 bigs. And it is all to play for here as we get closer and closer to the final table. Long way to go yet, especially with a 75-minute clock. Waji making it 2:25 to go with the ace-9. Patrick bets 300k there. Waji going to snap him off. A non-believer. Don't think that was the best time for Patrick to attempt a bluff. Not going to get a lot of hands that beat him. Still a good call from the ace-9. Buckham says, dinner almost ready. We'll keep the stream open but won't be chatting. Go on, get out of here. Enjoy your din-dins. Stefan in the cut-off Queen 10 off suit. Patrick re-jamming from the small. Takes that one down. You'll see a lot of players just call there. Some of them just fold there. Some of them 3-bet there, but the optimal play, sub 20 bigs, facing a cutoff open, is of course the jam. Takes down a nice pot, uncontested. I say nice pot, but the blinds and antes and the 2 bigs adding 20% or so to his stack, maybe even a little more, which is very advantageous at this late stage. Under 100 remaining. Sevens for Waji from the cutoff. Jakub are going to defend with the ace-10 of clubs. Flops pretty well on the 9-6-3 2-club flop. He's going to bet 700k on the river. Waji is a non-believer. That's a really good call there by Waji. In theory. In practice, it's a great call. In theory, having the sevens isn't that great because we block some of the straight draws we would want our opponent to have containing a 7. However, it makes a very good call on this occasion. Wins himself a nice pot. Chakita with the deuces. Jason with the king, queen of diamonds. Jens with the king, jack. 8, 10, 5, 9 is the board. Open ender now for Jens. A lot of outs for Jason. Gets there on the river with the 3 of diamonds. 475 is the bet. Chakita just saving face here. Can't be calling with the deuces on the 8, 10, 5, 9, 3. Everything gets there. Diamonds, 2 pairs, straights, you name it. Really taking his time before letting that one go. Chakita taking the piss for the most part. Perhaps just try to get a read on the situation. I think he's just wasting time. Maybe not incredibly excessive, but one would think he was never calling there with the deuces. Quite the character. Chakita Banana, of course. Recently had his 60th birthday. Average stack over 35 bigs now. 70 players remaining. CC wants to know how many players are left. You can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, 70 players remaining now from a starting entry field size of 4,965. CC says, oh, the comments are live. Nice. They are indeed. Jack 3 is the flop. Jason with trips. Very good kicker with the King of Hearts. Waji defending with the deuces. Turn is the 9 of diamonds. 600k in the pot now. $350 is the raise. Waji going for a very small sizing, trying to get a free river, really. Blockerish type sizing. Issue with doing this out of position after defending from the big blind after the flop goes check is if you had a straight draw or flush draw or a jack, you would most likely use a larger sizing than the one Waji has used. And your opponent checking back to flop has a lot of hands he can call with on the turn. In the form of spades, even ace highs, straight draws, pairs, etc. Waji 3 betting to 550k with pocket 8 from the small blind. Christoph opening with King 10 off suit from the cut-off. $775 is the bet from the full house here from Waji. Christoph, no diamond in his hand, does block the straight with the 10. But I don't think he can continue. Not many good rivers coming from. Looks like he does want a call, though. He is piecing out a call. But that looks like a raise. Oh, I don't know about this. Your opponent's going to have hands that contain a 7, a straight, a flush. Waji calling from the small. Could definitely have some 7x. Can have some 9x. Can have some diamonds. Can have some jack 10s. Yes, we blocked that, but Christoph making a very strong play here, and Waji is going to go to Hollywood, and I don't blame him. So he will go to Hollywood before jamming. I think jam is a bit overkill. Just go with it. Feels like his opponent's going to call. Wants to get the money in. I would have preferred to see him just call. King, Jack, 3-3 is the flop. River is the queen of clubs. Patrick gonna double up gens. Nearly got there with his ace of diamonds, but it wasn't to be on that river. Patrick's going to move all in with the 7.4 bigs from the hijack with the ace jack of hearts. Standard shove with 69 players remaining now. Current payout is €1,325. Patrick going to shove 8 bigs, essentially committing himself. 2.2 bigs behind with the king-queen offsuit. Christoph opens from under the gun. Stefan going to call from the big blind. Flop goes check, check. Jack 4, 6, queen is the board. Christoph now with top pair. Just takes that one down with a bet. 68 players remaining now. Chakita making it 225 to go. Christoph 3 betting. Chakita called. Sorry, Christoph has just called for the big. And look at this. We have action. King 8 is the flop. Chakita flopping the world. Christoph going to think he's got the best hand, especially once the flop goes check, check. And we could see a lot of money go in here, especially against the likes of Chakita. Chakita just with 15 bigs back. In the pot now, and Chakita just wants to go for it all, in my opinion. That looks to be 500k. I was going to say, just as 1.2 behind, I would bet $1 million. I'd go for a pot size bet there. Going to get called by a king, and you get called by. See, I'm actually going to retract what I've just said because Christoph's not supposed to be this nutted pre-flop. So he wants to make sure he gets paid. So it's actually going to be a fine sizing. Later says, what a flop. Ace a cracker again for the Polish player. Yeah, that's twice now. 3 number. Expected. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. Peter says, good evening. He lost earlier against the 10-3. He did, yeah. Nice to have you with us, Laters. It's been a quiet-ish day so far, but so much more action yet to come in a 75-minute clock and a structure like this, like no other. The 8 players remaining. So you betting a call on the turn on the 8 deuce jack. 8 jack board. Waji turns over his ace deuce. And oh, it's a chop. You know what they say. I'm not saying it. No, not today. 3 hands remaining before the dinner break. We're going on a 30-minute break, and I need to open my window because it's boiler room in here. We're just in the nick of time. Not often the sun is shining in Ireland, but it's been shining for about a week now, and another week of a heat wave to come. I can't open the windows in here because there's just too much noise outside. Just off min raising with the Queen Jack of Diamonds. Two hands remaining. Later says it's an hour break. No, just 30 minutes. 275 is the bet here on the 7-8 Jack. 3-8 board. Jason with the 7-6 blind v blind battle. Tough spot for Jason here. Jen's gonna go for it. I think when the hand plays out this way, we're just gonna have to call. Sometimes we're gonna win, sometimes we're gonna lose. We can beat some flush draws, beat some straight draws, beat some random bluffs. Hands like 4-5, and Jason will make a good call. And one more hand before the dinner break. Stoffman raising off 25 bigs with the 8s. Jason going to call on the button with 3s. Don says, what will he represent? An 8 or Jack's bets on the flop? Sometimes they might just check that back, though, on the Jack 8-7. Jakob finding the nuts in the big blind. Facing an open and a call. The pre-flop nerds. And I was going to say, if he makes it like 600 off 1.6 million, it seems like a dead giveaway against the button and an under the gun +2 open. So, going to essentially commit himself, basically putting in $1 million pre. Christoph is ready to tussle. I wasn't sure if 8s might just go into the muck. I think 8s is going to be on the cusp of too strong of a hand to fold. We do get some action for the last hand before the break. Aces against the 8s. Queen 4-4 is the flop, 2 hearts. Oh, it's an 8 on the turn. Don't believe it. That is sick. Jakob getting eliminated. I actually thought he got there again with a third 4 on the river, but of course 3 8s for the better full house. Christoph going to take that down. Getting lucky against the aces, and we are off on a 30-minute dinner break. Don't go anywhere. Things are heating up for the last 65 players coming back with the chance of making super deep run as we get closer and closer to the final table. Long, long way to go yet. Hope you're enjoying the show. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
You're watching the World Series of Poker Europe. We're at King's Resort and Casino, presented by GG Poker. Jesse Sylvia, David Tuckman in the booth, calling the action. Carlencho Alajan on the floor.
Some really cool names at this event. What was Hisu's first name?
Sirzat.
Sirzat Hisu. What a
Sirzat
name.
Hisu.
What a name.
Všechno jasný, jo? Všechno jasný, jo?
King 9 suited out of the small blind against the late position open. Decides against playing it. Foxen's got an ace in the big blind.
She's at least calling. Maybe some more nefarious plans.
510.
In my wow, yes.
510.
Absolutely some more nefarious plans.
She says 510,000. So it'll be 350 back over to Chidwick if he wants to call.
These low offsuited aces, the king 4, king 5, king 6s, these are really nice traditional hands to 3-bet bluff from the big blinds.
Now, this is where I think it gets interesting. I was curious what he was going to do. 9-8 suited, certainly a nice hand to play in position, but they're not deep at all.
No, they aren't. But he's getting a decent price. He does have position. Look at this flop.
Oh, wow. So
Look
he
at
is
this flop.
open-ended with the overcards. Chrissy's got a 5, plus she's got backdoor hearts.
Yeah, this could get quite spicy. I think this ends up going small bet and call quite often, but we don't know.
Oh, well, one thing we do know is one of these players is going to be up over 3 million chips when this hand is over.
At least 3 million.
Yeah.
Okay, we see a check from Chrissy. It's also very fair. How does Stevie want to play this? Betting is problematic because if you bet and your opponent shoves, you hate your life. So a check makes a lot of sense here. The only problem with checking is unimproved, you're certainly not going to win at showdown.
And he does check. Oh, brutal brutal turn card for Stevie in the sense that there's no way that Fox is going anywhere now. Now he has to make a hand. And he went from having 14 outs to 8.
Yeah. But let's put it this way. If he makes a hand,
If he does hit a jack or a 6, he's going to get paid. No doubt about it.
yep. I can't imagine Stevie does anything besides call here. Shoving just seems a bit optimistic.
Yeah, especially once the ace comes off, right?
Yeah.
What story are you telling?
And also, you checked back in position. You represent a lot of ace-X yourself, and then Chrissy leads into it. I know you both have a lot of aces, but you really kind of have to respect that to some extent.
There's the call. 1.9 million in the pot.
God, the jack of
Stevie
diamonds
looking for a
would be
jack or a 6.
disastrous.
It is not. It's an 8. He makes a pair. Hand 77 is a doozy. Foxen looking for value. Can she get any?
Very interesting decision point for her here, because shoving allows her to get value out of some hands that Chidwick would not shove for value himself. Potentially, if he has something like a 10 or a weak ace, he may hero off, but he may not jam himself if it checks to him. But if you check, there's a number of gut shots that Stevie could have turned. King Jack, King Queen, Queen Jack. Those sort of hands will bluff.
Well, Foxen goes for pretty much all of it. Does not get called. Has to turn in one-time extension card. And she's now up to 3.4 million chips.
He could have something like pocket kings. I don't know. I don't know if he fires 100,000 on the turn with pocket kings. He could. Just getting that little tiny value extraction.
Or it could just be a matter of, I don't think you have much. I'm just going to put max pressure on you.
Steven,
Exactly.
move your hand, please. Can I see
It seems like the story leans more towards that type of thinking on the river than anything else. And that's why I would have liked to have seen just maybe a small tank with pocket twos, just to consider what is this guy really up to.
Cabrell also, I think sometimes he irks some players because he's always constantly asking him, can you move your hand? Can you do this? He'll ask for counts over and over again.
You're over it before it's even on you.
Right.
You can't wait to fold.
Victor, Victor.
I can
Yeah, be
understand
careful
that
when you-
sentiment.
yeah? Be careful.
Sorry.
Thank you. I haven't seen anything, but you know what I mean. Yeah?
Cabrell, Cabrell telling Victor Blom to be careful. Apparently he's maybe showing his cards, and Victor Blom looks like he's already over it.
Yeah. Oh, wow, look at this. I thought Kamoski might come in for the 3-bet there. He finds the flat, and he'll be fairly happy about that.
Yeah, this is a dream scenario, though, for Chidwick, because I don't think either of his opponents can fold, right? I mean, this could very easily go raise, call, and he could triple up.
Or it could go raise,
that?
and then
Can
Cabrell
you put the big chips up front, please?
re-raises
Cabrell,
to
yeah.
isolate.
Thanks.
Cabrell.
Could, certainly could.
615.
Just kind of an awkward spot. I mean, I don't know.
It is an awkward spot.
I mean, you're getting such a good price. Pot's 1.2 million. It's 3.5. It's 350 to call.
No, I have to imagine Cabrell's putting money in the pot. I just think he might make the minimum
1.2
re-raise.
million.
Yeah,
Yep,
there
okay,
it
there
is.
you
So as
go.
to
Okay.
isolate the other player out of the pot.
What a dream scenario, though, for Chidwick, because, you know, obviously, under normal circumstances, if he had more chips, he 3-bets the hands over.
Yeah.
But now he will get an opportunity to more than double up.
I was about to say, this is close to a triple anyways.
Yeah.
I guess he was the one who put the ante in, so
Yeah, he gets it back, though.
yeah. I'm not sure what Kamoski is thinking about here.
Yeah, I don't know either.
It's always kind of enticing to consider something heroic, because if you were to put in that 5-bet, right, and get Cabrell out of the pot, you now pick up the dead 600K that Cabrell's put in over Chidwick's stack, and you're now free rolling this all-in with Chidwick, where there's this
But he only
big-
flatted small blinds first.
No, I agree that it doesn't make a ton of sense. But if you were to flat some strong hands in order to trap,
Right.
Stevie, or if you just don't believe Cabrell and you
Yeah.
think he has a bunch of hands that are like Jack-9 suited where he just has to fold to the re-raise. Yeah, see, he's shaking his head. He really wanted to do it. This was a
Should've.
very cool hand, Tuckman. For an all-in for 6 big blinds, this was a super
Yeah.
interesting situation.
Well, Stevie, tournament life on the line, as you can see. A little bit more than a 3-1 favorite. See if we get a sweat or not. I think so. That's pretty good. That's a pretty big sweat.
That's a huge
Good luck
sweat.
in main
This
event,
would have been a
okay?
fun flop if
Yeah, I
this
mean,
went
you
three-ways.
had a top pair with a backdoor club draw
Mhm.
instead, but we do have a gut shot straight flush draw. Queen of spades,
Oh,
bink.
Stevie dead on the turn.
He is. That's it. He's going to take the
Brutal.
mic off, and that is it.
Brutal.
30 entries, including just some of the best in the game, the biggest and brightest. Took it to the felt in event number 12, the $50,000 no limit diamond high roller. And we are down to 2. Cabrell, by the way, was one of the late regs. He joined the fray very late last night. Actually entered day 2 third in chips. Hasu entered day 2 as the chip leader. Doesn't always work out that way, but 1 and 3 in chips are the final 2 in this tournament. Look at Hasu. Hasu taking one of the worst hands and raising with it. Cabrell's going to flick it in, make the call.
I like this a lot. Not only is he mixing it up when he's crafted this very tight image.
I call.
It's a very straightforward image.
It's okay.
But also just kind of polarizing, using a hand that wants to maximize its fold equity. It doesn't have a lot of showdown value on most boards.
Oh, wow. What a flop we got here.
Yeah.
Top pair and a straight draw for Jesus. Yeah, and I like the adjustments that Jesus was making using that image.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, Cabrell's got a big piece of this.
Yeah, and I wonder if Cabrell just check raises to get it in. They're not that deep. Cabrell has a lot of hand here. Never easy to make top pair. To have a gut shot to go with it.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate for Jesus because, you know, normally he's thinking, I got a 6 I can win it with the ace. But we see that the 6 is no good for Jesus.
Is Cabrell going to lead here? Yeah, if a 6 comes off here, this is...
It's over.
It might be over. Cabrell leads large here. This is interesting.
Why lead?
Well, I think traditionally this is a board that favors the big blind a little bit. Especially when Jesus is mixing his range between limps and raises, and he feels that the strongest hands are in the raises. He doesn't feel like his opponent has any 2 pairs on this board. He doesn't have any straights.
Oh, whoa.
What he said?
Oh.
The chips might go in. Could hand 204 be the last hand of the night? Cabrell's a 4-1 favorite.
I mean, Martin is not folding this hand, obviously, so it's just about... Do you say call? Okay, we're going to see a turn.
Maybe that gets Jesus off the hook?
If this turn is something like a queen, I kind of see Jesus jamming.
It's an ace!
Oh, wow.
Oh, my. Wow.
That was an insane turn card.
It really is.
I'm all in.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. No, you don't want to be all in.
Oh,
Look at this.
That couldn't have worked out better for Jesus. He hits the ace, and look at Cabrell. He sees the bad news. Cabrell needs a 6. A 6 ends the tournament. Otherwise, it is Jesus who is an overwhelming chip leader.
King of hearts, please.
Where did that ace come from, Tuckman? That came out of nowhere.
Is there a 6 left in the deck? It's the 8.
I thought that was a 6.
You know what? It
I
looked
really
like
thought it
for
was.
a second. Cabrell makes 2 pair, but no match for Jesus' wheel.
The best player doesn't win the most tournaments. The best player makes the most money playing poker tournaments.
Oh, my turn and then your turn.
Oh, Jesus got jacks. Oh, he's going to go 500,000. We saw Cabrell 3-bet him with King 5 earlier. What does he do here? King 3. The King 5 was suited.
This one would be a bit out of line, Tuck.
Cabrell. I mean, I think if you look up the dictionary and you look up out of line, you see a picture of Martin Cabrell.
You sure do.
And there's the 3-bet. So he's attacking Jesus. And Jesus, by the way, has been more active since we came back from the break. This time he's actually got the goods. And what is Jesus' response? I mean,
I would imagine Jesus has seen enough. But keep in mind, this is terrifying because if Cabrell happens to have it and he shoves, he's just out of the tournament when he knows he cashes nearly every time.
Well, that's what yeah, I mean, it's a catastrophe
Nicholas,
to get 50 big
your
blends in
servant
right
is in
now
danger.
with jacks pre-flop, isn't it?
You'd have to imagine so.
And Cabrell's got a gut shot.
Yeah, gut shot, overcard. Lot to work with here.
Yeah, I mean, does this go bet call?
I have a feeling if Martin bets here, Jesus finds the shove. I think he was maybe waiting for a safe flop. I could be wrong. I could
1.5
absolutely be wrong. Maybe he just calls.
And just kind of figure out, like, okay, when he's got aces or kings, so be it. I just lose.
Yeah, I mean, clearing up equity is really nice in the off chance that your opponent has some overs, like he has king queen or some sort of ace queen offsuit hand. However, calling is nice because if your opponent just has some raggedy hand. Let's say Martin occasionally does this with 8-10.
He has raised.
Yep.
Is that 3.5? Ah, sorry, I understand 2.5. No, you see? So, wait. Stop the clock. He puts only 2.5. Oh, no, 3.5. I'm sorry.
So the original bet was 1.5. The raise is to 3.5, despite the fact that Cabrell thought it was 2.5. It was 3.5, so it's $2 million back to Cabrell. This is a monster pot. I mean, $9.8 million in there.
I think Cabrell's thinking about the fact that what does Hasu have here for value? Obviously, we know he can have like something along the lines of jacks, queens, which Cabrell's not doing horrible against.
No, he's got 33% equity.
Yeah. I don't think he believes that his opponent would have called with any of the hands that make sets here. I think he thinks pocket sixes go into the muck preflop. And so maybe he's thinking that there's potential.
Wow.
Yeah.
Makes the call. This pot is 12 million chips. That represents 40% of the chips in play.
This is the pot of the tournament by far, Tuckman.
I mean, if you're the short stacks, you're going, please go all in. Somebody just go all in. Somebody go broke here.
You're loving life if you're a short stack. Watching this, oh my God.
Another spade.
Okay, this
Hasu's
could
got to
get
be
interesting.
sick here.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that has to be one of the cards you did not want to see. Because when Cabrell calls the raise,
does Cabrell ever lead here? He looks like he wants to find a lead.
I don't think he thinks Hasu is that strong, but I mean, Cabrell would love to have king 3 with the king of spades, wouldn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Cabrell still with just an overcard and a gut shot. Pot is 12 million in there. And this hand will definitely change the dynamic of this final table.
What a moment in this tournament. 2 days, it all kind of comes down to this. This pot is going to determine the massive chip leader.
And Cabrell is bet. $1.1 million. What? I mean, it's such a weird spot. So he bets 1.5, gets raised. Now he bets 1.1.
Wow, and Hasu is just calling.
14 million in the pot. Cabrell needs a king, a 5.
Oh my goodness.
My gosh. How does he do it? But it is 4 spades. Can Hasu turn his hand into a bluff ever?
I mean, he could. I don't know if he does. This is... aside from something crazy happening where Cabrell doesn't win this pot, this tournament is close to over. Cabrell is going to go bananas on this table for every hand in the future.
Well, if he wins the hand.
That's what I'm saying.
Do we know he's going to win this hand? This is the 50th hand of the final table.
We're not 100% that he's going to win the hand.
I mean, you got to be a little bit concerned that your opponent's got a spade in their hand, right?
You certainly have to be concerned about that. The question is, does Hasu turn his hand into a bluff? I don't know if the answer is yes. In fact, I would bet on no.
Oh, what a spot. Cabrell with an absolute trash hand has figured out a way to wiggle his way out of this one.
This is outrageous.
It was a check.
Cabrell takes a long time to check.
I think Asu is checking back here. If he... I mean, I would love to be surprised. Oh my god, he's looking at his chips.
At this point, Jesus, he
No,
checks it back.
he
He
checked.
knuckles. And Cabrell's going to win it. The table's going to go insane.
Wow. Wow.
Interesting, Jesus in all white, Cabrell in all black. Devil versus the Angel, and this time the Angel, no match.
In a very fun spot.
He has given back some of those chips I mentioned earlier. He spiked up about 10 million at one point. He's down to about 7.5 million now, but still the chip leader, and by quite a margin. The next biggest stack, Faredin Mustafov, who's on 4.3 million, and then we have Enrico, who is currently third.
No, sir.
Blinds are going up quick. Levels are just 40 minutes long. Blinds now 50,000, 100,000 with a 100,000 big blind ante. This tournament, just a 2-day tournament. All these players want to jump into the main event.
I think I will call, but
Yeah.
I want to be sure. It's around 2
Nothing
million.
better to do after you win close to $1 million than
Cool.
jump in the next poker tournament, you know?
Yeah. And by the way, Flight A of the main event going on right now. We'll be showing Flight B tomorrow. We getting all in here. Kamoski calls. It is a tax tournament life on the line. 11 players remain.
You want
Could we be down to 10?
You want? Okay, give him 9 of diamond. 9 of diamond.
9 of diamonds.
These are a bunch of sickos, Tuckman.
still
You
want it?
celebrate wins when you're a sicko by continuing to gamble.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it.
Depends from
When
the
you're in
time.
Rosvadov, you're there to gamble. You're there to have fun.
Or where-
There to
where
play
are you
poker.
Oh,
Now you want diamond.
diamonds,
Kamoski one card away from...
Diamonds are forever.
Well, Attack has picked up a few more outs with that club,
GG.
but it does not come.
Wow.
Deuce of Hearts on the river, and that is it. Attack eliminated. Just very well-respected member of the poker community. And we are off. The final table is underway, and Mustafov
Not bad.
picks up aces right out of the gate.
That's one way to start a final
What are you
table.
doing?
I stealing your big blind from under the
Stealing?
gun. Yeah.
So of the 6 players at this table, if you're doing the math, and we showed you all the graphics, so hopefully you guys did this
Under the gun.
at home, we only have 3 players without a bracelet. Our chip leader, Suzrat Hisu. The man with aces right now, Mustafov, who is third on the all-time Bulgarian money list.
Wow.
And,
Mr. Blum.
yes,
As
Victor
you
Blum.
mentioned.
And look at this, right? Hand,
Wow.
hand 1 of our final table. What? Cabrell could be out.
He very well could be.
I mean, it's 24 big blinds.
Does he just call here? Was that... All right.
What?
He found... Yeah, I mean, the under-the-gun raise is quite strong. He's decided he'll at least sort of slow play his hand, if you will. It's a bit of a pot control, a bit of a slow play. It's sort of saying, you know, if we get it in here, I don't love the range that I'd be up against, so I'm just going to see a good flop.
5 free rainbow, yeah? 300. Bravo, Bulgaria. Bravo.
I love Cabrell now. He's so
It's
entertaining.
unbelievable. Jack 5 free rainbow. Normally I would go all in, but
You just call, yeah?
I just call because I like you. I don't want to bust you.
You're not
Please.
possible to bust me.
Don't do anything stupid, okay?
The next game you're possible. to
Please
bust.
don't do anything stupid, okay? Please. Check blade.
Oh my.
Wow. Well, now he wishes he had gone all in at some point in this hand.
Well, I mean, he might get it all in anyway. I mean,
He certainly could.
they're not that deep. How many of you in the chat would have played queens the same way? Raise your hand. Okay, now put your hand
Bubble,
down.
yeah?
You're all
Bubble
liars.
play? Bubble, yeah? Bravo, Ferry.
At least 99% of you are
Right,
liars.
Kristen, yeah? What the fuck? Queen Jack 3-5. Rainbow. Almost.
Martin can't believe it. He is the stone nuts.
How much?
625,000. There will be 2.4 million in the pot. Cabrell with only 1.4 behind.
Martin had better hope that a big brick comes off here. Because if some scary card comes off and Mustafov checks back the river.
What kind of stereo card would slow him down? A jack?
Yeah, a king. I was thinking like a king of hearts.
10?
10 wouldn't be great.
Sorry, can I see your set, please? Thank you.
Cabrell with just 1.4 million behind. That is not a brick. It's a king. And does it go check now?
I don't know. Is Martin thinking about leading?
Maybe a little concerned his opponent will slow down. What a way to kick off the final table.
Wow.
Enough? Enough?
This is going to make Martin feel bad when he sees what his opponent has.
Banana spiller.
You saw bet.
Oh, bravo. 300 to bet on the flop.
You saw bet, man.
Okay, bring more Faradin to the table, please.
Wow.
More Faradins. Unbelievable.
It was the minimum. I'm happy.
You play very good. How much is that? Your turn, 7th hand. Or 17th hand. Oh. Kings? Okay. It's a chance. I think you're gonna win.
Got an all in here.
If you are minus 6 million, there must be some
We've got an all in.
Wow.
equilibrium in the universe, some equality.
Mustafov's been waiting for it.
Wow.
And it is the online phenom, Lena, who is at risk. Really nothing you can do here. It's ace-jack versus kings. Could we be in the money? This could be the first time, by the way, we see a player eliminated not at the hands of Martin Cabrell.
When we act, we have something in mind. We do some strategy for the pretty weird time. It's belated already. Good luck to you.
The only player rooting for Lena is Lena and maybe his friends.
This is
Not much going on for him right there. Looking for an ace and only an ace.
pretty meager run out so
Any
far.
ace
for
will
Lena.
do. Barry Greenstein. One time. Not this
Oh.
time. The 4 spades. And that is it. What a treat we get to watch Nicholas Astet, Lena 900, play poker for 2 days.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the dinner break. Just in time to see Ace King 3-betting and taking that one down. Hope you are all fed and watered. Lots more action to come. If you're just tuning in, welcome. Wherever you are tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. This is day 3 of the €299 European Poker Festival No Limit Hold'em main event, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Waji gonna make it 250 to go. Blinds have gone up. 60k is the small blind. 120k is the big blind with 120k running big blind ante. That's 60, 120, 120, 63 players remaining now. Average stack almost 4 million. Stefan shoves from the button with the King Jack offsuit and takes it down. Do we have a new player at the table? Christophe Lihote from France. Chakita has the aces this time, raised to 275. Jens is going to complete in the big blind with ace-6 of clubs. Flop is 8-5-4, one club. Pretty good flop for the ace-6. Good shot straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Well, the turn goes checka pretty quickly. Jen's going to check it over to Chakita, and now surely time to try get some value. Could bet somewhere around half a mil, 400k even. Goes for 425. And we'll show the goods. Chakita raises to 275. Sixes are going to complete. And lo and behold, Chakita taking down another one. Chakita with the best of it once more. On the 9-8-5-10. Jason with the ace queen in the cutoff. Chakita raises to 275 from the small blind. Bit of a small sizing, but against Stefan's sub 10 bigs, it's not the worst. We'll take that one down. Would have given me Jack Nine so hard on him right away. Yeah, against the banana. I think you're on about, yeah, wood, yeah. This guy is open very wide. Open very wide there on the dinner break. Just my face, and now I'm having digestion issues. We're very full right now. Off now. All options are on the table here. These guys still online. It's going to be too much. A lot of players like it. That's live here. 210 to 925 seems like a good option to me. Although Chakita's going to open pretty wide, he hasn't shown a propensity to be a 4-bet ripper with a light range. We will get the occasional call here from hands that we dominate with our ace jack. I wouldn't be shocked to see Chakita want to see a flop with this. Pretty sexy hand to 4-bet with the king blocker, but what sizing do we make it that we're not committing ourselves? 3-bets to 925. I guess you could make it somewhere around 1.4 million. So 275, 925. So that's to be about 600k more, I believe. Does eventually let it go. And like king 5 offsuit or a suited king under the 7. Actually, still be a good hand to 3-bet with, but I'm saying he might see him call with the king 9 suited plus. Was the point I was trying to make. So in order for him to click it back there, just trying to run some quick maths on my calculator if I am correct. So the 3-bet was 950, I believe. So you would have to make it 950 plus 675. So that would be 1.625 million. Putting in almost half of his opponent's stack if he was to 4-bet there. Don says, yeah, you wouldn't see it in a €300 buy-in. I agree. Exactly. We've seen Mephisto do things with King Queen O, 5-betting. There's the dynamic is not set up that way, is a good way of putting it here. They're not playing that kind of game. At least it hasn't been that kind of game so far today. For the 5-bet bluff, you need to know if your opponent's capable of the 4-bet bluff. Well, I believe we were just 3-bet folding with the ace jack against Chakita. Another good point on. The dynamic's not set up that way that we're 3-betting to induce the 4-bet so we can 5-bet rip with the ace jack off. So not a kings, not anytime soon here. We're just being buy-in. But a good observation nonetheless. Waji with the ace king. Set to eliminate. Jens in 59th place. Ace jack needing to get lucky. 25% equity. Queen 10-4 is the flop. Turn is the 10 of clubs. Waji now with the ace of clubs. Not a great turn card for Jens. Needs help on the river and gets it. Big hit for Jens on the river there with the king of hearts rolling off. Jens now playing 25 bigs. We've got action here. Chakita raising to 275. Stefan all in for his last 925. And Jason with the ace king of hearts in the small blind. Jason with the rejam. That should get Chakita out of the way, and we will be going heads up for this one in a massive flip. Stefan against Jason. I say massive flip. It will be for Stefan for his tournament life. And Jason could lose a chunk of change. If he loses this, still will be left with 23 big blinds. There is 2.3 million in the middle. Every pot and all in mattering, with less than 60 players remaining in this mammoth field of 4,965 entries. Jack 10-3 is the flop. No help to Jason. Turn is the 5 of clubs. Stefan looking good for a double. And gets there. Holds. Now playing 20 bigs. Yeah, he did stand up, increased his odds to 14%. Don says to put on the jacket, additional 2% EV. Having a bum bag brings the most, at least 3% EV. Speaking of those bum bags, if you want to buy a King's bum bag, head over to the merchandise store. I don't think I've mentioned the site today, but if you're new to this channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. You'll find out all the additional information on our King's Resort website. No set, no bet. Lucky, lucky. Christoph in the big with ace-4 of clubs. Two Chris's, just spelt completely differently. One from Poland, one from France. Ace-9 deuce is the flop. And Chris liking this big blind defend, flopping top pair on the ace-9 deuce. And Christoph is going to bet 225. Someone laughing in the background. This is the 4 spades. Just can take that one down. Don says, so normally I look at the German stream, but this is the week without a commentator. I have to say the English stream is much more fun. People are not so serious. We like to have fun here. Every day is a learning day and class is in session. Nice to have you with us, Don. Thanks for your comments. We've had some really good points and opinions on hand so far today. Toms are great at policing the chat. So we do like to have an old laugh from time to time because these Lenten streams take their toll, as you will be aware of if you have been with things for quite some time. ECW King is in the house. Says the King's mods are special in their own way. They sure are. And a lot of the regs on this channel as well created our own Mexican army. Stefan making 250 gold is ace king. Then going to move all in 23 bigs, which I think is too much. Wants to make it around 5 big blinds there. Keep EPF holes in his range. Stefan's going to call. Doesn't matter too much. The money's going in anyway, but you don't like to think about things in terms of hindsight. Better to have a 3-bet, call it off there. Then just rip the 23 big total against the under the gun open. There's a guide, of course, the ace king. The hand plays itself, 5 million in the pot. Again, ghosting out the door. Not so long ago with his ace jack. Second double up in a row. He gets there or holds. Stefan has been eliminated. And the Kings, the Gens, now paying a tad over 5 million. Is Mephisto still in? Well, I think that's a good one considering he goes deep in almost every tournament. Wouldn't be surprised if he disappears with 3 tables left. He's never on the feature as well until it's like the last 24 or last 16. He disappears out of nowhere, part of the furniture. I just refresh the page. One moment, please. And that should fix it. There's no point in trying to get me a better mic. This headset cost me €250 and it's basically brand new. There's just 7 connections between here and Kings, and sometimes it doesn't play ball. Always let me know and I'll always try to rectify the situation. It's just a matter of refreshing the page, making sure the settings are correct, and staying static and stoic in my chair. I have a bad habit of moving around the place. There is a giant troll seal-like creature that lives in the Shetlands, all right. Some form of a male mermaid, I reckon. Queen Deuce 4 is the flop. Christoph with the Queen Jack of Hearts. Chakita with the 6-9 of Hearts. And Waji with the Ace 6. Waji going to be quite aggro here in about 365. Bit of a stretch to be opening this one from under the gun, even if we do have all those chips. The Ace-6 offsuit, just a terrible combination. This pot getting out of control as we hit the 9 of spades on the river on the Queen Deuce 4, 8, 9. This is a compound mistake. You can lose a lot of chips in these spots. Where had he just folded pre? We have an extra 1.5 million in his stack right now. Or close to it. Just decides to give up wisely. Christoph wasn't going to be going anywhere. Let's take down another one. 275 is the bet, or the open from Christoph. Waji 3 betting to 755. Bit of a small sizing here from Waji. I would expect him to make it a little bit bigger, especially out of position with the ace deuce offsuit, facing the button open. Especially when he's covered by Christoph. Not covered by much, but it still matters. And Jason now in a very tough spot with pocket eights against an aggressive open and a 3 bet. There was a bit of a dynamic here. I think eights plays really well as a 4 bet rip. This looks pretty strong from Waji. I would be shoving 9s or 10s. I'll be folding 6s or 7s. But I think eights right on the line of whether we want to call or fold. Sorry, jam or fold. I would be more inclined to stack off had Waji made it like a million. This 755 looks so milky. The issue I have with shoving the 8s in the big blind with 21 bigs is doesn't look like we have too much fold equity. Don't mind folding the 8s there, but if I keep seeing an open and a 3 bet, I'm going to be forced to 4 bet rip there more than likely than folding. I would lean towards maybe 70-30 in jamming the 8s, depending on my opponents that are involved in the hand, of course. Don says it's button versus small blind versus big blind. 8-8 is way too strong to fold. Just push and it's good. Yeah. I'll be leaning towards jamming over folding. A hand like 8s as well is one of the best pairs to rip because we unblock the 3 betting range from the small blind and the opening range from the button that will contain a lot of 9x type holdings, suited wheel draws, unsuited wheel draws, ace highs, king highs, etc., etc. That's coming up on the screen that he's 3-bet, but I don't think that's correct. Waji opening. Jen's defending. Jack 3, 5, 6. Flop going check, check. And a turn bet and a turn call. Here comes the 5 of hearts, and Waji checks back on the river. Perhaps could go for a second street there, get paid by a hand like 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s. Maybe 10s just 3-bets pre, maybe 9s would as well. A lot of Jack X going to have him beat. I think he had a 2-street hand though. I would be more inclined to bet flop and turn and check the river instead of checking flop, betting turn, and then checking river. A couple of different ways you can play that one, of course. $53 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €1,700. Max isn't going for a small size in here, betting 500k, and Chakita looks a bit disgruntled about this. Very large sizing here from Max, new player at the table. This might just price out a Jack Deuce. I wouldn't be too inclined to call here for that sizing, especially with 2 diamonds out there and an ace. Laters is back. Says he's still enjoying the commentary. Well, we ain't going anywhere yet, buddy. 50 players remaining. Still a long, long way to go tonight. Ace King for Chris. Bets 200k after Christoph defends. Christoph with a good shot straight, John. 10-5-3. Turn is the 5 of diamonds. Not a great card for the Ace King. Christoph will have some 5x. Will have picked up a diamond draw. Can have a 10, of course. I actually like a lead here. If we're going to lead, I'd like to lead somewhere around 425. He goes for a bet of 425. No, Chris doesn't really know what to do. Can't beat much at this point. Can beat hands that contain an ace, ace deuce, and ace four, but we block those, so he will just have to let it go. Nice play by Christoph. Don says he's out for an hour, has to eat something. Hopefully he won't miss the elimination from Chakita. It's not lost if you know where it is. We'll keep you posted. Enjoy your dinner. Waji, 55 bigs, your tournament chip leader at this feature. Christoph, 53, nipping at his heels. Max, who has only recently joined us, playing 48 big blinds. Jens, 38. Chakita Banana, 35. Jason, 21. Son Goku with 17. And Chris, after letting his ace king go there, is last on the leaderboard, but still playing quite a healthy stack of 16 bigs, considering it's a 75-minute clock. If you're just tuning in on this Monday evening, it is day 3 of the €299 European Poker Festival. No Limit Hold'em main event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Raiders wants to know, are they playing until the final table is reached? I don't think so. I don't know where someone said if that's 100% accurate. The last 24 tonight. Could be 16. Sometimes they'll just keep playing on. Depends what Kings have up their sleeves for tomorrow and what time they need to be finished, etc. As soon as I have the relevant information, I will let you know. I would expect somewhere in the region of 4 to 5 more levels tonight, which is quite a lot of poker considering it's 75 minutes a level. €152,500 for the winner. Total prize pool of 1.247 million. Average stack almost 5 million now. And 50 players remaining. Raiders says they told till the final table on the Dutch stream. Usually what will happen is they'll play X amount of levels, and if the final table is reached before that time, then they will call it a day. If not, they will play on. And sometimes you'll play out the end of the levels that are illustrated, and if we don't have a final table by then, we'll come back with 12 or 16 or whatever the case may be. That was a great fold. As Rusty says, not going to lie, King's tourney schedules into harsh, hitting a 5-day, turning into 4. Waji defending with the pocket sevens. Goku with the 10-8. Ace, queen, deuce is the flop. Waji going to check now on the river. Queen, ace, deuce, 4, 3. Goku has to know he can't win by checking. This board does smack the perceived big blind defending range, more so than the opening range from the cutoff. However, he is going to go for a small bluff of 375. Now, Waji might not believe this. Is that a raise? Looks like he's going for a raise. Raises to $1 million. Thinks Goku is full of it, and he's goddamn right. Vader says that's a good player. Yeah, he is playing well. Do see a limp from Max. We've got action here. Tens against kings. Chakita with the kings. Written on his jumper. And he ain't messing around. 49 players remaining now. And we might be about to have 48. This is very unlucky for the Frenchman. 4.2 million in the middle. Ace 6 deuce is the flop. And Chakita going to have over 6 million in chips if he holds with the King Kongs. And just one card to come. No player has a spade in their hand. So a 10 and a 10 only. It's a 4. And now Chakita playing a very healthy stack of almost 40 bigs. We say goodbye to the Frenchman. 49th place, 48 players remaining now. This is going to cause scenes at Kings because Chakita has got a lot of ammo now. And we all know what way he likes to play. Christoph raised the 325. Chakita is going to get out of there. Christoph now with 42 big blinds. A lot of chips at this table. I expect to see chips flying everywhere. We want more action. Look, Shoro is in the house. Rusty says, bro, is ninja staring the cards. Look, Shoro says, 10 low banana. Nines for Max. Blinds are 80, 160, 160 now. That's 80k small blind. 160k big blind with 160k running big blind. Anti. Goku raising. Max 3 betting. Essentially setting Son Goku all in. I think I would prefer to see a rip with the Queen Jack of Diamonds from the button off this stack depth. In theory. In practice, he's probably saved himself his tournament life the majority of the time. That's not how we want to look at things. Is it class? Yeah, Rusty agrees with me. Would have shoved his 12 big blinds there. Just a hand that has so much equity. Waji calling in the big with the 8-6 offsuit, flopping best on the Jack-8 deuce flop. Jason bets 350, Waji calls. Turn is the 9 of hearts. Could have shoved this 11 or 12 bigs pre with the 6s, by the way. Probably prefer that than opening, folding an option 2. I think that might just be a full 3 off 12 into a full table. Maybe it's not entirely full. It's going to be fine as a shove, by the way, but in an event like this, with so much time on your hands, I definitely fold in 4s and 5s. Definitely shove an 8 and 7. Yeah, 6 is probably fine. Just a shove. You're just going to take down the blinds and antes too often. I think shoving is your best play overall. No one jams 19 big blinds. I thought he had 12. Definitely didn't have 19. I would shove 11 or 12. 13 is getting to the point where it's nearly too much chips to shove. I have refreshed the page. Hopefully that has sorted out the mic issue. Andre with pocket aces. Chakita with the queen, jack of clubs. And Jason open-ended with his ace 9 of hearts. 8-7-6 is the flop. Not an ideal flop here for the aces. He will bet 600k. Yes, look, Sharo, it was 12 bigs that was shoving on the button. I thought the 6s had about 12 bigs also, perhaps. I thought when he took down the pot, he had 19. Well, in general, anyway, I wouldn't be shoving more than 12 or 13 under the gun anymore. In most scenarios, online especially, live, you've even got more maneuverability. There's a big word like marmalade. Jason is going to shove, and Andre has mountains of chips. Won't be loving this against the big blind. This will smack the perceived big blind's defending range. However, he's not going to be folding with aces here for this price. We'll be shocked to see aces go into the muck here. Wow. Just gonna let it go. Okay. If I'm going to bet fold to an all in there, I would way prefer just to check back on the flop of 8-7-6 rainbow with the aces. Shocked to see the aces go into the muck there. He is playing 72 bigs. This is only a €299 buy-in. A lot of recreationals remaining in the field. A lot of money at stake. But yeah, I think when he looks back at that one, he will be disappointed. He didn't either check or just bet call it off. Max with 42 bigs, Christoph with 40, Waji with 38, Chakita with 37, Jason 28, Jens with 25, and Goku, your shortest stack by quite some margin, playing 10 big blinds. Afraid of two pair or drawing dead, yes, of course, but not an 8x or a combo draw, something like 7-9 might just jam. There's too many hands he's beaten. The comeback kid says it's just plus EV to call there. Doesn't matter what cards our opponent have. Well, look, he went with his read. His read was wrong on this occasion. There's be a lot going on live, especially if you're at the feature table. Lights, camera, action, decision fatigue. You can only make so many good decisions in a day. He's got all the chips. Didn't want to risk the guts of 2 million more. Sometimes when you lose a big pot, you're more willing to gamble. And sometimes when you win and you've got a massive stack, the opposite thing can happen. You don't want to call it off in a spot where it took you so long to accumulate these chips. You don't want to lose 25% of your stack or whatever the case may be. New pair for Andre on the ace queen 3. Cut off against big blind action. Waji with the king queen. Full house now. After the flop goes check, check. Andre is going to check a second time. And when he checks back the flop, he calls the turn. Sorry, when Andre checks a second time, Waji betting the turn, getting called, and now Andre is going to lead on the river. $650 is the bet, and Waji will call him and get the bad news. Jason with tens. Jen's moving all in from the button, and Jason has too much hand to fold, in my opinion. Does make a huge laydown, folding tens. Felt like he was flipping at best. Don't try that at home. I think we just have too strong of a pair there. But that info gets back. You'll have to make a stand at some point. Tens is a good place to start. Andre taking that one down from the button with the ace-5 offsuit. Jens with top pair, top kicker. Betting quite large here from the hijack. I'd like to see a smaller sizing, especially with top pair, top kicker. See Don voicing his opinions about that hand. Yeah, I think tens is just going to be too strong. Make an argument for folding sixes and sevens. Eights plus seems about right to me, depending on how wide you think your opponent is going to shove over your raise from the button. Oh, Rusty said, did he miss another blunder? I wouldn't call it a blunder. I mean, he just didn't want to flip for his tournament life, but he's going to be dominating some hands that are going to rejam like 9s, 8s, 7s. I don't know how wide Jens is going to rejam. So if the solver says 7-7 plus Don, I would go a pip higher than the solver when we're playing live at Kings, is my general rule of thumb. Don't really talk about solvers on this channel, or GTO for that matter. It's kind of like Voldemort around here. We're trying to grow the game, make it a fun, interactive space for everyone. I have not seen season 1 of The Last of Us, Rusty, so I guess I'll have to start. I think I watched the first episode like a few years ago or something, and I remember at the time I wanted to watch something funny. I wasn't looking for dreary or end of world apocalypse kind of stuff. But I never ever got back to it. And I've watched many dreary things since. Games are way better, he says. As we see an all-in with 44 players remaining. Baku all in with the King Queen. Andre calls with the Ace-5. Jack 6 deuce is the flop. 29 of hearts. Hopefully he gets there. He does not. And we lose Baku in 44th place. Felt like he was going to get there. Perhaps he had too many outs. I guess we will never know what would have happened if he bet right. Chakita makes a 375 to go with the king queen offsuit. Jens with two black ladies from the small blind is going to 3-bet to 980. Chakita is just going to let that one go. I thought for that size and we might see him peel. Gives Jen some respect. And the Queens will take that one down. Playing over 5 million now is our Jens. Apocalypse is back. Yeah, we were just wondering where you were there for ages, mate. Good to have you back with us. Hope you enjoyed your dinner. Jens is really tight to a certain degree. He is getting a lot of respect nonetheless. 41 players remaining now. €2,200 is the current payout. Andre making a 350 to go. Christoph with 6-7 off suit. Going to call for the additional 190. Up is 9-6-3. Christoph betting 450. And this is most likely going to take this one away from Andre. He does have 14 million chips, which is a whopper of a stack with 41 remaining. Andre raises to 380k with pocket nines. Max going to call from the small with ace jack off suit. And Waji with king six of hearts. That's indicating on the screen there that he's after moving all in for 29 bigs. This seems a bit cray-cray. Maybe he thinks Andre is going to be opening willy-nilly, and he thinks Max is going to be calling with a variety of hands from the small blind that he can't call an all-in with. And Waji reckons this is a good spot with a blocker. It's very risky business. It looks like he's going to pick up a nice pot uncontested the majority of the time. However, Andre has pocket nines. Max with ace jack as well. Would have probably like to just see. Whoa! Andre just going to fold the nines, and now action back on Max. Why is he picking up on something here? You know what? Most players you would just see call from the big blind here for such a great price, especially with a suited king. Waji says, you know what, I reckon neither of you are going to call me here, and I'm going to risk it for a biscuit. Ballsy move, but it very might well work. Now, what I'm thinking if I'm Max is, how wide is Waji willing to shove from the big blind here, and how well does Ace-Jack play against that shoving range? The answer is Ace-Jack plays pretty well against this shoving range, especially for a stack size of 29 bigs. You wouldn't expect Waji to just open rip Ace-Queen or Ace-King here. Maybe Ace-Queen, but Ace-King is going to go for some value. So he's only really losing to Ace-Queen. He's going to be flipping against a lot of pairs, and then he dominates hands like King-Jack, maybe Ace-10 suited, Ace-9 suited shove. Maybe hands like Queen-Jack suited, although I would think that would be the best hand ever to see the flop with. With 6 million in Max's stack and nearly 4.5 million plus the call, 4.595 total. What do you think he's going to do, class? I reckon he's going to put his hand in the muck. All vote now. He folds. Pretty sick if he calls there with the ace-jack, by the way, and sees king-6. King-6 having about 40% equity. I think the talking point of that hand is, though, Andre's pocket nines need to call there. Andre's thinking it's for nearly 5 of my 14 million, and I don't need to get involved here. And although that is correct, 9 is going to be too strong opening from the hijack in that exact scenario. Nine players remaining now. So hand 142 of the day. We will have a break after 2 more hands. This hand and 1 more. Jens 3-betting to 760 with his pocket sixes from the big blind. Max going to call. Would have expected Jens to just call from the big. Does decide to go for this small 3-bet. Seen a lot of small 3-betting taking place here at the feature table today. Ace Jack 7 is the flop. Flop goes check, check. Also could have seen Max maybe stab at that one. They are very happy to check on the turn also. River is a jack. Jens playing this one very face up. Maybe face up isn't the right word. Playing very honestly. Or we need to take a stab at this if we've just queen high. Surely. This hand being a bit too friendly for my liking. Yeah, there you go. Horse it into him. $1 million is the bet. I think Jens should just be continuing on that flop for a small sizing. He checks the flop, checks the turn, and now he's faced with a 1 million bet. And he's played his hand this way that there's a lot of missed draws out there, missed hearts, missed spades. Some king highs might decide they need to bluff. Max going to show the bluff. That is just a bit all over the place, really. Waji going to go for an unconventional limp here from the cutoff with the king 10 off suit, and Jason is going to limp behind. We see Andre going to squeeze this one up after Jens contagiously tries to complete for 80k more with pocket threes. Andre makes a 685 to go. And now Waji and Jason both have offsuit combinations of the king 10, which just doesn't play that great. I would prefer to use these hands as an open with the king blocker. Plenty of other hands we can limp in late position. This just isn't really one of them. And Jason should have attacked this limp from the button instead of limping behind. That's going to do it, folks. We are going on a break for the guts of 15 minutes. Hope you're enjoying the show. Lots more action to come. Things are really heating up. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
I love that the little graphic lights up on the bottom right.
Yeah.
Somebody's turn to act.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
Outstanding observation, Jeff.
Thank you. Kruger, 2 queens.
Ladies.
But dealt with the 8s, and we know he likes to see some flops.
I wanted revenge. Why?
Oh.
Sees a flop of 7-5-4.
This is a problem for the jacket man. In his mind, it's an overpair and a gut shot straight draw. It could just be all of it. Who knows? Let's see. Discipline, just call. Oh.
And turns a straight.
Yahtzee.
Kruger checks back quickly. More than 22K in the pot. How much here? It's like 16.
Oh, it's such a gross spot for Kruger. Overcalled pre-flop. This type of texture. Calls you on the flop. Check, check, turn, and now you're facing a 16K bet. What is the bluff? Like missed ace X of hearts? Can't be ace queen of hearts. We have that. It's got to be exactly like ace jack, ace king. Seems like ace king suited you would have heard from again pre.
You bluff me?
Yeah, to your point, hard to find too many bluffs.
Excellent fold.
Let's go of the queens correctly.
It was way by time.
Nice hand.
Thank you. Mm. 1200.
Soldier, ace queen. Up to 6,500.
Oh.
Dell calls with the ace-8 suited.
Maybe I get my money back.
Volkich in there.
This guy's great.
king, queen, 6. Good for Bolkic.
Problems for Isildur.
How much you playing?
Turn 9.
I think they're just hoping this goes check, check. I'm curious if Bolkic is going to try and get a little value for that king. He does. And it is so small.
5,600.
Such an annoying spot. You're being laid a tremendous price, but you just feel that your hand is rarely, if ever, good. What do we beat? To be like 5-6 of hearts, ace 10, ace jack. It's never a queen. Jack 10 would have got there. And of course, we're just worried about the king. Very nice.
Very nice. Robert says, love that bet size by Lou Ferrigno. I see Bolkic as a young Lou Ferrigno. Most certainly.
Well played, Robert.
Put up as many graphics for us as he wants. Bedell finished 5th here at the 25K GG Millions.
It'd be great if he went back to another graphic momentarily that just says, Jeff Platt is an asshole.
988. Open ender for Shields. Jacks are best.
Nice to see Apocalypse still with us in the chat, by the way.
Oh, yeah. What's he have to say?
He's just letting everyone, a lot of qualifiers from Kings. Also informing folks that there's another Twitch stream.
There is.
Yes.
But it's the exact same stream.
Same one.
But, yeah, watch us wherever you want.
Doesn't matter to us. But if you are here with us on YouTube, on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel, click that thumbs up, the like.
Do the same on all the Kings channels, too.
Back to the tank we go.
Anthony says, bro, get this tanker off the table. Is there going to be a world someday in which somebody's taking too long and it's just, boom, you're gone?
It's the young heroes don't help themselves in these instances. They get targeted for this.
Right. The reputation is that. Of course, it doesn't mean every young European player tanks.
No, but it doesn't help when it's actually happening right here during the main event at this feature table. Americans are just as guilty.
Oh, so true. think Shields has been that bad. Anyway.
He really hasn't been that bad. Yeah. Going for a big bluff, stepping into it, though. Kruger cannot fold this hand. I don't think. It's an under-the-gun open. You've got 2 jacks. You know, if you've got an 8, bless you. If you've got queens plus, pay him the money. Really giving it some thought. Maybe worried about 9's full.
Folded queens correctly. Can he call with jacks correctly? To your point, just not many 8s exist. There is that call. Kruger will show down the winner to drag a pot of 63K.
Glad I didn't have 10s.
Nothing. What you want? I have pocket kings.
No, 6-4-3.
He was almost calling for a chop. That guy. I don't care.
There's no.
He have to call.
I find it hard to believe. I find it hard to believe he had an 8.
He didn't have an 8. Never
No, he
never has
he was such a bitch. There's no way he's folding an 8.
Only he have 8. The first guy. But if you have it, the first guy didn't have an 8.
That guy didn't.
10K? What? With the 10K.
Look at Madani. Under the gun open to 1600, and he's just calling with queen 5 suited.
The man does not like to fold. You pointed this out like in the second hand.
I could just tell some players are like this, man. Any 2 will do.
I don't know. That'd be sick.
I don't believe him.
I'm thinking in my head, I'm like,
You think
there's
I
no,
have 8?
No, in my head, I'm thinking, no way.
You have 8.
No, in my head, I'm thinking, there's no way this guy had floated 9 8 suited, right? I'm like,
I thought it was 6-4 deuce with 2 spades.
No, it wasn't. It was rainbow.
No, I
for
have
sure.
pocket kings. And you got mad that it was a straight on the board, so you went all in? Yeah.
These fucking fish.
Ace, queen, deuce, top 2 for Neverlinen.
I can't fathom Madani going anywhere. He's got middle pair, backdoor spades, little potential with the wheel, and he never folds, so he's in.
It does turn a flush draw.
This
19K behind.
Could be a dirty one. This guy is something else.
I don't know what made me think. You see his time. You ever see the movie with Justin Timberlake, where like the society they get paid with time? You know what I'm talking about or no? No. So they work and there's no money. Their money is time. So they go like they work their job, and at the end of the week, like they get like time added on. It was a sick movie with Justin Timberlake. You know who Justin Timberlake is or no? Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, but
movie,
this
actually.
is old movie, yeah?
Yeah.
And if you finish the time,
Yeah, you're dead.
Yeah, I know the movie.
And then he's like he played a poker game, remember, with one of the people and for like a lot of time, and he won. Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah, in one scene, he's playing poker with a
Is
fish.
he thinking about just ripping it?
I think so, and he does. Neverlinen happy to snap it off, and here we go.
Second left, Justin Timberlake, and he wins the huge hand at the end. Sick.
Don't mean to disrupt the runner talk from Palma. Great film, Timberlake, Affleck. Madani looks to get up to almost 50K. Needs some help, though.
6 of spades.
Come on.
Yeah. 07. Cooler.
River is a queen. The case queen means it's queen's full for Neverlinen, means it's good game to Madani. Hey, the effort was there.
I played them all.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. See some of you talking about the previous hand in the chat. I think the ace-jack offsuit overcalling from the small blind is a bit overkill. If I do say so myself, we see ace-queen going all in against the ace-queen, chopping it up. It is day 3 of the €299 buy in the European Poker Festival No Limit Hold'em main event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Buckle says, are we playing to the end of level 32? Another 5 hours to go. He always knows how to brighten up my Mondays, doesn't he, this guy? Lips. Apo Lips. Johnny Tight Lips. I don't think we'll be playing down to 24 because that seems a bit too early to finish proceedings. Sometimes my brains don't work too good. So we do have all in and call. Look at the size of this pot. 8.5 million. Chakita Banana, 41% equity. Bing, bang, boom. Just like that is at risk. And he is behind. But he's got a lot of outs. Very exciting hand taking place here. One of the most exciting and biggest pots of the day. 8.5 million. 8 clubs on the turn. King of diamonds on the river. Chakita Banana. Doesn't look like a happy camper. A happy bunch, perhaps I should have said. It won't be 24 anyway, Apocalypse. Maybe 16. I'd say they will push to get it as close to the final table as possible. 5 more hours to go. Okay. If you need to go at any point, Apocalypse, you don't have to hang around. That's my job. It's what I go to school for. GG to Chakita Banana. Good run. I was hoping we would get to see him go deeper than that. But hey, it wasn't to be. He did seem to take it like a gentleman, didn't he, Don? Small blind is now 100k, big blind 200k with a 200k running big blind ante. 37 players remaining now. Pay jump is looming to 2,800. Current payout is 2,200. So we have Andrei Isakovic. Max betting 525 on the Jack 10-6. Andrei is going to go for it here. Raising to 1.65 million. It's weird with Andrei. You'll see him edge pass. Like he folded aces earlier. We've seen him fold nines, but yet he's no problem doing these creative check raises and bluffs. So Max is calling from the small with ace king, which I don't like. Facing the raise from Jason and the call from Christoph. Ideal squeeze scenario. Maybe we are seeing him call here with the ace king in the hopes that Waji will go for another squeeze, and I do like that idea and setup. However, we are hoping that our opponent will go for it, and he's already done it, so it's less likely. We have a good hand, a lot of money out there already. We don't want to be messing around with the ace king, and it's an ideal scenario to just take it down pre or get a lot of money in instead of just calling from the small. 625 is the bet on the 7-5-4. Spade, spade, spade. Jason with the ace of spades. And now such a shit flop for Max with his ace king. Could have avoided this by making it somewhere in the region of 1.8 to 2 million pre. Somewhere between 4 and 5x. And he will take that one down, and that is not the way to play ace king in that scenario, folks. You see the 3-bet coming in from Frank. $1.2 million. And he will take that one down. Nice hand to do a 3-bet with. Successfully take that one down. Andre with 62 big. Christoph with 45. Max with 44. Jason 41. Frank with 25. Jens with 24. And Waji with 23. Thirty-four players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €2,800. Kick off with a pair here. Kick off. Andre with a pair. Up pair, albeit with a 4 kicker. One says all in. Who do you want to go all in here? 3 million in the pot. Andre has 11 behind and 7.6 for Christoph. I admire your moxie, but all in seems like a bit of a stretch. Stretch Armstrong. Oh, you wanted to win in the previous hand. Yeah, maybe. I see what you're saying. Get with the times, actually, man, Dan. You won't see as many 4 bets and 5 bets with €300 buy-in at things. You just don't see it too often. It's not quite noted. And 1.5 million is the call from Christoph there, a non-believer. Substitute pair of Andre, and Andre wins another one. This guy is scooping a lot of pots. And he's now playing close to 16 million. Queen 7-7 is the flop here. Queen 5 for Christoph. Ace Queen for Max. Ace 5 for Jens. $2.775 million now on the turn in this pot as we look at the deuce of clubs rolling off. 32 players remaining out. Christoph is moving all in here. I didn't expect to see this. It's a lot of big blinds. I don't think Max is going to fold. He's got top pair. He's got top kicker. If his opponent has a 7, then so be it. Would they play it this way on the turn? I don't think so. We've seen him make some nitty folds already, but this surely is just going to be a slam dunk call. He loses to kings. Beats pretty much everything else. Obviously he loses to aces, but we blocked that. Call me crazy, class, but shouldn't this guy have just called already? And Christoph should not be jamming this turn at all. River is the jack of spades, and Max going to win a monstrous pot. Well, that hand was a little bit crazy. Just a little bit. Mr. Pink says 00. Mr. Pink 0033 is laughing. Pog says he doesn't ever remember so much strategy talk in our stream. Well, there does be, but there just hasn't been for a while. These words like GTO, solvers, theory, practice, expect the unexpected. It's the King's Resort. Anything is possible. Frank taking that one down with the suited ace. Nines for Waji is just going to rip 21 big blinds from the button. This is just too many bigs for my liking. Want to raise call with the nines. Eights plus. Even if you wanted to rip your sixes and your sevens and your eights, nines plus you want to be raised calling, surely. $21 bigs is nearly a bit too high to shove anything. Of course, there's ICM situations with like 12, 11 left. You might just want to rip hands like ace, jack, ace, queen, eights, nines, maybe even tens sometimes. But we're not quite there yet. We're still in the accumulation phase, even though there is 29 players remaining. We will have a redraw when 24 remain. Come back with 3 tables of 8. $275 is the bet. On the ace, queen, 10 for the ace, jack on the button. $700K is now the bet on the turn. Andre's going to call. Don't like the call here on the turn. Very optimistic. Don't have much working for us. Bar a king on the river unless he has a trick up his sleeve. He did have a trick up his sleeve. Going to bet 2 million. The club rolling off. 2 million is the bet. And Jason really trying to put this one together, see if he can make a good call. And he is going to make the call, and that's a great call. Now playing 12.4 million. He was a non-believer. Andre takes a hit, still playing 60 bigs. Max with 76 bigs, Jason 62, Andre 61, Waji 23, Frank 23, Jens with 21, and Christopher Campesano, who has joined the party. Italiano, very accomplished player left in this field, is playing 8 bigs. Don says the solver shoves flushes and straights here, so you have to do it with some bluffs. Over the top. What do you mean? Frank's going to shove for 4.6 million, 23 bigs. This is a huge jam. Solvers can indeed get stuffed when we're talking about hands taking place at kings for the most part. Jason with queens after making a great call, 62 bigs. I don't know what's going on here. Frank is all in for 4.6 million. Jason has called for 4.6 million. And Andre is over calling for 4.6 million. I don't understand what's going on here. This is unbelievable scenes. King 8-5 is the flop. He's put in 23 bigs out of position with an all-in and a call. He's 38 big blinds behind. And the stack to pot ratio is less than 1-to-1. 14.2 million in this pot. And there's an overcard now to Jason's queens. And does he just move all in? This is one of the craziest hands I've called at kings in a long, long time. This is insane. He's repping aces or ace king, I guess, but ace king to call, overcall, an all in and a call. Maybe king queen does this. We block king queen, of course. Our opponent should never have ace king. They should never be jamming a set of kings. They should never be just straight up ripping here with aces to protect against a flush draw or get called by a king. Makes a lot of sense. I don't know. I'm speechless, almost speechless here. Jason has queens and would have to make a hero call for his tournament life. I don't know what I'm watching. This is insane. Andre repping a monster is all I can say. And the monstrous hand he would have to have would be aces. He blocks aces, obviously. Having an ace in his hand doesn't mean that Jason can't have queens or kings. He's obviously picked up on something because Frank has shoved as well. Let's not forget about Frank. Frank has to have a very tight range, in theory, that shoves 23 bigs from under the gun here. It's hard to make heads or tails of these ranges. 23 bigs jamming, cut off calling, Andre over calling, and then just donk leads for 38 big blinds on the king 8-5. Jason has to fold, and Jason is going to get sick on the feature table when he sees that Andre has ace-jack. This is just crazy, crazy move from Andre. Turn is the king of hearts. Such risky business shoving on that flop. It does work. Frank has been eliminated. Andre gets there on the river. I forgot that Frank could hold and win a gigantic three-way all-in and triple up and some. But Andre has been rewarded for his bad play. That's one way of putting it. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. .26 players remaining now. Are you not entertained? And look at this, the following hand. Jens raises to 550. Chris all in for his last 6 bigs with aces. Jens going to call, of course. Need to recompose myself. This is just incredible amount of action. Back to back to back. Christopher Campesano, one of the best players left in this field by a landslide, I'd imagine, sits down and gets aces. Christopher Campesano has doubled up. Surprised the king didn't come at kings on this occasion. Guess we need to rename the casino, says Apocalypse. We have to rename something. It's all kicking off. Average stack nearly 10 million. 26 remain, 2 eliminations away from the redraw, and Christopher Campesano has just doubled up. Jens is going to shove from the hijack. So what should have happened in that hand? The sixes should open. The queens should 3-bet. The ace-jack should just get out of the way, of course. Yeah, you had to fold there, Rusty, from the small blind. The ace-9. €3,500 is the current payout, by the way. No pay jumps to worry about until we hit 21 remaining. So just one elimination to go for the aforementioned redraw. And it looks like that's going to do it. 24 remaining. We are going on a redraw. God knows what else happened here tonight. But you don't want to miss the last few levels of the night. Actually, could have at least 3 more levels. 24. Don't know if we'll be playing down to a final table, but we ain't going anywhere for quite some time. And I expect you're going to see chips flying everywhere. We're going on a break for 20 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
You can see we are now up to 100 entrants, Jeff.
I believe we are aware of who that 100th entry is. We'll keep that a secret until we see it.
It's a big celebration. How about the chat? Any guesses for who the 100th entrant is in the main event
entry
for today?
100, day 1B.
In the movie, he's like going to like meet his mother, and his mother like runs out of time like 30 seconds before he gets to her, and she just dies.
Jack says Cabrell. Could be. Palma was calling for that. Ray says Chrissy. Could be. Basketball Maven says D-Negs. It's not D-Negs because we know it's his fantasy hockey draft, and he's not missing that for anything.
Helmuth in a ridiculous costume from Xander.
Oh.
Interesting. Monica Lewinsky. Huh.
It could be. Oh, 2 queens for Runcon.
Would imagine he's going to find a customer
What's sick with all of us? Like we just sit here like,
along the
for 4 hours
way.
just shuffling chips. Very strong fingers.
At the moment,
What else can you do?
I would expect Osafa to be the last to act and have that decision. Plenty of chips. Flicks in the call. There we are. How about Zimmerer? King 10 suited. Out.
Heads up to this flop, about 25K in the pot. Okay, Jack at 10 at 9 means open-enders for both.
Perhaps a little further action. Quick check by Runkin with the queens.
Turn 6. More guesses. Kristen, Kevin Hart. Watch it be Tony G, says Robert.
And Runkin again deciding to check turn. Let's see if he tries to eke out a little value now.
I think now is the time. Not before.
Maybe very concerned about being up against a set like 9s, 10s, jacks
Sure.
would even make sense as played. But after it goes check, check on flop and again on turn, you just must bet.
There is that bet. A small one that is called quickly by the 8s.
No ace of clubs. Sorry? No ace of clubs.
And a nice guy.
Strong fold. Big fold there.
The chat loving your nicknames today. One in particular.
Let's just call it like I see it.
Yes, you do.
Literally how I read the names.
That's
What
why
it
you're
looks like to me.
one of the top 17 in the business.
Aztec gonna raise it up.
No, Osted.
Three betting king jack. Look at these
9s,
hands.
10s, 7s. 4 ways to this flop. Queen, Jack, Deuce. Osted outflops them all.
Now becomes a huge favorite.
$2,500. 2.5.
Oh, the icon.
Wow, the icon getting sticky with it. Just a couple of
I'm
nines.
not done with the 9s.
It's a tough hand to want to continue with. Even when you hit, let's say, the 9 of diamonds, are you really that happy?
Especially when at that point you had 2 other players left to act.
I think he's a feel guy. You know, you
I
just
love it.
won that big pot. You're trying to ride the heater, the momentum. Oh,
How
wow.
about a 9 on the river?
He finds it. I believe in the power of momentum.
That's why we said you have to call there
He's
with 9s.
made me a believer, Jeff. And it's the 9 of diamonds, exactly. Undeterred now, how much?
We have.
You see, Nicholas,
Yes, I got
very
the king of
curious.
diamonds.
Yeah, I had the king of diamonds in my hand. You don't have king 10 with the king of diamonds.
Or you can call.
Oh.
And I will get you a new ginger tea.
Says, I'll show you if you fold.
So what are you trying to say you have? Flush?
No.
Queens?
This one's going to be a hard one to guess. Oh.
No? What can I beat though? Not much. Not much.
You have a
Could
jack,
beat
right?
ace 10.
If you have ace jack, it's a tough decision, man. for you.
It is, right?
But you
I
might
love
win.
this.
You might win a cup of tea.
Got down.
Oh, this is incredible. The speech play. Is it going to work for the icon?
Going to talk him into this call.
Could have maybe like ace king, maybe. I beat that.
Yeah, you can beat that, yeah.
Remember pre-flop, the icon called the 3-bet from Ostead.
Ace Jack is a good hand, man.
Huh?
It's a good hand, Ace Jack.
I know.
Now a little too much talking, I think.
1 minute and then I make my mind. Take your time.
Ace King is what he feels he could be up against. Maybe Ace Queen hunting that value. Otherwise, it's pretty much only Ace 10 of diamonds that he's worried about. Remember what Jeff, you just pointed out. He overcalled the 3-bet on the button with the 9s. That range of hands narrows, especially for a player like the icon. It's never going to be 9-8 suited, right? As an example. Very rarely.
King, queen.
Does fling in the chips. The icon gets paid off.
Mm-hmm.
The pattern reminds me of like a race.
Like the checkered flag.
Race to get all the chips.
Well, we're going to get action if everybody keeps getting dealt Ace King.
That's true. I mean, maybe everybody just will get dealt Ace King.
Is this real?
EPF has it, along with Kruger. Apocalypse says, just a shame our regular commentator Dan had to miss this. Thankfully, Dan will be back on comms next week for the IPS main event.
That's must see, the IPS.
Come on!
He's kicking for what? What is going on here?
We just had Ace King versus Ace King. Now we have Ace King versus Ace King versus Ace King. How?
Well, if the money goes in, I'm taking Jack 9. A cold 4-bet from Ginger Fluff.
Wilhelm makes the call.
Weird. Nobody flops a pair.
How? Ace King, just a drawing hand. Proof here.
The power of the aggressor in these situations. It's a world, I suppose, in which both players are content to just get the showdown with ace-king high. Shields is in a weird spot where you might consider continuing to build a pot for the times you're up against a hand like 2 jacks, 2 nines, trying to force folds.
At 6,300.
While also targeting what could be a shared hand.
$7,300. That is called. Turn is a 4. Thought the ace was coming.
I did not.
Oh.
Nor did I think a king was coming. Last I checked, very few left on the deck. Another player also had ace-king and is out. And it remains an interesting scenario for Shields. If we bet again, we are absolutely trying to target those middling pairs. The nines, the jacks. He's this time going to just sort of shut it down.
River 10.
And I don't necessarily think that if he had aces or kings, he would play the hand any different. You start to be a little concerned about pocket tens being present. Of course, now the 10 on the river, much less concerned, only fearful of quads. Oh, look at...
Oh, reaching.
Look at this.
And firing 17,000.
Maybe some recognition from Ibaleb saying, I think we could have the same hand. I'm going to try and force him out. As played, I don't suspect he really has any tens unless it's all 4 of them. We haven't seen much out of him yet. Maybe he could have a hand like Jack-10 suited, 9-10 suited, where he was 3-betting out of the small and then calling the cold 4-bet from Ginger Fluff. Well done.
Gets the folds. Nice pickup.
Pocket nines. Ace queen, ace king.
Forest Ebolhab.
You'll find out in an hour. Tell me, I'll tell you.
Good fold.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. 23 players remaining now. We pick up the action on the flop of Queen Jack 3. Jens raising to 1.5 million. Andre, first player to be over 20 million after some bizarre hands taking place, to say the least. I was pondering on the break there as to whether we should call or not. Let me know what you think about that in the chat. Call him with the pocket queens. It's so unlikely that our opponent is bluffing, but it's also very unlikely that he has ace king that called from the small, overcalled and all in a call. So does he really just rip 8 million there on the flop with aces? I just don't know if that's something he wants to do. Certainly not supposed to. We want to get value for our hand. Maybe he thinks king has to call. We block king queen. We have one of the best hands to call with. Does he ever have jacks or tens that just tries to jam and take down the pot? It's very hard to dissect the ranges when he calls an all-in and an for 23 bigs and an overcall, and then overcalls again with the ace-jack from the small blind. I'm exasperated. It's been a long day. There's still 3 levels to go. Just thought I'd get your thoughts in the chat. On the Poker Room Kings on Twitch, Jen's going to bet 2 million. He's all in, and Andre is going to call. Yo, the coach, you're going to have to go back a few hands. I could just tell you here, but it'd be better if you've seen it. It has to be seen to be believed. Hand 166, I believe it was. There was a 23 big blind jam from under the gun. There was a 23 big blind call with queens. There was a 23 big blind overcall from the small blind with ace-jack offsuit. So there is now 70 big blinds in the pot. The flop came king, 5, 8, 2 hearts. The 5 of hearts and the 8 of hearts. I think it was the king of diamonds. We have, I think we had 2 red queens. Actually, did we have the king of, or the queen of hearts, gang? It's kind of important because we blocked some flush draws if we did. The ace-jack decides to rip for the 8 million. And the queens went into the tank before folding. Cannot blame him. In my analysis of the hand, I never even talked about the fact that should he call with the queens, and that's why I'm discussing it after the break. That one's definitely going to make the highlight reel. Andre 3 bets to 1.6 million with the ace-9 offsuit, and Sebastian with the kings. I just don't know what his overcalling range can be there from the small blind that donk jams for 8 million that we can beat. You're not expecting your opponent to turn over ace-jack. I just think if we're going to make a call, queen seems like a good call to make. Because we block king-queen, our opponent shouldn't have ace-king and they shouldn't be donking aces. I don't know. My head hurts. Nearly live for 10 hours now. Sebastian calls. Andre just lost about 5 million chips. This guy is a recreational wrecking ball, it seems. Needs to remain composed. This one far from over. So much poker to be played. Can't just start steamrolling the table. Although I do like when guys start steamrolling. Steamrolling! Andre betting 3.5 million now on the turn. Sebastian not going to be going anywhere on the turn. But the river could be a different story. Andre is capable of having a 4 here. He's also capable of having many bluffs. And did he just join the table? Has he seen what happened before the break? That's very important information. Sebastian decides to just go for it right here, right now. I don't really approve of this, because if our opponent is bluffing, we want them to continue to bluff. It doesn't really accomplish much, only to stop ourselves from getting bluffed off our hand on the river. Interesting to see what you think about that one in the chat. I just prefer to call. Yeah, a 4 will call a set. Neither player likely to have a 4 there. And Andre will lose more chips. Andre, under 10 million. Wow. And suddenly, Andre is under 10 million in chips. And he had 20 million chips just a moment ago, so he's lost about half of his stack there, gang. Does flop a set here, however, and Guy Lavon with a flush draw. Guy getting there on the turn. But Andre re-binking on the river. $7.25 is the bet, but Andre says but nay. Razy Daisy, of course, raises to 3 million. But that should be the end of proceedings here. Guy looks like he wants to call this. He's a non-believer, but it's a paired board. Obviously he knows who he's up against. Super aggro Andre. This might even be a stretch for Andre to raise on the river as a bluff, in my opinion. But hell, I've been wrong many times in this channel. Could easily be wrong here. And he will let it go. The aces taking that one down. Yoda Code says it's totally worth it to go back and see hand 166. Yeah. I told you, Brat. Birds reckons he was watching some puppy videos. Very well. Could be the case. €21 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €3,500. There is a pay jump of €1,000 on the next elimination, all the way to 4,500. Getting into the business end of things now. $600K is the bet and $600K is the call. Nice river for Philip. What did you make of that hand, Yoda Code? Do you think there's any way we call with the queens? I mean, I don't think I can make that call. Let's be clear about that. But when you really break down what King X our opponent can have, and he's not going to have 5s or 8s. The problem is they just turn up with stuff like aces there. And then you're in a world of hurt. There's 21 players remaining. Only just the 50 full-time average. Here. Nothing tip. Just going to love this. Up there, King Kicker is going to call the bet 550. Oh, wow. Quads for Andre on the river. Marco could lose a ton of chips because Andre has quads when he's not supposed to, really, in a spot like this. I would like to see him make a very large raise to about 5 million. Does make a 5 million. And like, how do you ever fold here if you're Marco? It's just unbelievably sick if Andre has a deuce. Quadzilla in the house. Marco calls. Gets the very bad news and is down to 25 bigs. Andre, who came back after the last frame after explosive scenes, sat down with 20 million, lost 10 million, win 10 million, lose 10 million. Went from 20 to 10, and now he's back to 20. Pogba says, and that's why Dan is talking and we're watching. Thanks. I do need some words of encouragement 10 hours in. I will say this as well, Apocalypse. Streaming without any sugars, like I've given up sugars for May. Doing this yo-yo diet and thing again. Still I get sugars from fruit and stuff, but my whole point is no fizzy drinks of caffeine. I was drinking coffee last year when I was on stream till about 10, 11, sometimes midnight. That's gone out the window. I would say I'd have my last coffee before I even start the stream at 1:30. My point is, it's a bit flat without the sugars. You don't know what you've got till it's gone. Used to love chocolate and everything throughout the day into the evening. Bottles of Coca-Cola. It's just it's a huge difference. You just feel flat. I'm missing that fizz, lads. And copious amounts of caffeine. It's being replaced by venison and turkey and eggs. And kettlebells. Yoda Code says, honestly, I can't even describe it. Just ignoring the ace-jack call entirely. The call with queens is terrible, but in my opinion, even if you did it, why would you fold on that flop jam? I'm wondering what was on his mind. Did he think small blind trapped with aces, kings, ace, king? Well, the way it played out, if I could go back and redo that hand, because it's going to be in the highlights for sure. I didn't mention that should he call with the queens. I just felt in my mind he's just going to muck it anyway. I never felt like we were going to see a call. But when I went on break and thought about it, it's like he probably should be making a call a decent portion of the time. But I think if you do call there, you're going to see aces, kings. Kings is just ludicrous to think he would just jam top set. Ace king, also very unlikely. Although he called with ace jack, so why couldn't he call with ace king? Aces, I think, makes the most sense. Just wants to get called by a king. Doesn't want to see any hearts roll off or for the board to get scarier on the turn. I think, how could the small blind ever be bluff jamming would be my takeaway. And therefore, if he's not bluff jamming, we just have to fold. It's easy for us when we can see the cards at home. He's not going to have hands like King Jack. I just don't see it. We block king, queen. Pocket says you'd have enough sugar for both of us. Nice one, buddy. "20 players remaining now, which means the pay jump has been reached. All remaining players guaranteed a minimum of €4,500. Could see a lot of money go in here. Philip betting 500k on the king, 6, deuce, 10. Sebastian flopping a set of sixes. And now we want to make it about 2 million here. Price the draws. Get external money from a king. If we do think our opponent's going to be barreling a lot though with draws, yeah, it does go for the raise. Nice. It just makes it a lot easier for us to basically bet pot or less than pot on the river as an all-in. He's going to raise to 1.5 million. Philip, he might stick it all in now, but most likely just calls. And then there's basically 5 million in the pot. 3.5 raises to 1.5 to be 4.5. We'll see now. He will just call. See, stack to pot ratio is going to be about 1-to-1. That's why I said I would like to see him make it 2 million, not 1.5, because it would be basically 5 million into 5 million. It's very similar. I'm literally harping over 2 big blinds here. But it does make a difference because he's going to be shoving for just over pot now, where it would have just been pot into pot. That does pair the board, by the way, that deuce of diamonds. That's not a great card for... Suppose it doesn't really matter. I take it back, gang. Sebastian, this is also the thing, is he might just bet like 2/3 of Philip's remaining stack. And he just kind of go for that 3 million-ish sizing. I'm just a greedy pig when it comes to these things, and I'm always trying to get all the money in. There's just no way Philip can fold here. Just has to call, and he's lucky to not be leaving in 20th place. He will still have a little bit of change. A nice spinnable stack where, had Sebastian jammed, Philip would be gone. We do see it all in the call. Sebastian with the ace-7, Philip with the ace-6 of hearts. Flop is ace-7-9. And Philip getting very unlucky there with his king-10. And the last of his readies going in the middle. Dominated by the ace-7. That will come out a chop a decent portion of the time, but not on this occasion. So 19 players remaining now. So we have the end of this level and 2 more levels tonight. Apocalypse thinks the dealer's been evil since the redraw. Evil Knievel. Sebastian 3-betting to 1.55 million with the Jack 10 suited over the top of Zenek. Or Denek. Maybe the Z is silent. Mital. Round to Andre, the man of the hour. He is going to overcall the 3-bet with 10-9 off suit. Don't try this at home. No, Denek. Denek. Mital. From the Czech Republic, sandwiched in between the big blind and the 3-better. Just going to be forced to let this one go, one would think. Having said that, getting amazing odds to see the flop. Is very deep. Only needs about 20% to make this a profitable call. He's getting nearly 5-1 on his money. Sorry, getting 4-1 on his money. There was 4 million in the pot. 1 million to call. So he needs about 25%. Quick maths. Apocalypse thinks his name's pronounced Bob. I'm out of a job and I haven't a bob. Interesting turn bet. 3.7 million. This pot is huge now. Sebastian betting the flop, getting called, going for a big barrel. So much chips in play here, by the way. Couple of big stacks getting moved to the feature. And now what do you do with ace-9 suited? At this point, I'd be letting my hand go. I can beat basically nothing bar a bluff. Sebastian did have a bluff. And that's going to get a hand as strong as ace-10. And I'm not joking, maybe even ace-jack to fold. Strong play there by Sebastian. Now has a third of all the chips in play at this feature. 120 big blinds. Andre with 71. Zenek with 69. Guy Lavon with 44. Jens with 31. And Marco 24. It does appear that his name is pronounced Zdenek. Zdenek. So both the Z and the D. Google is my friend. Maybe we'll just go with Metal. What do you reckon, class? Andre with top pair. Piece of it for Sebastian. $1.7 million is the bet here on the river. Don't see Sebastian calling this one. I stand corrected, said Action Man down in the orthopedic shoes. Sebastian does call, gets the bad news. I guess against Andre, for that price, sometimes you just got to pay the man. Just not a great river. So we do see an open and a 3-bet from the pocket eights, and Andre is going to 4-bet to 3.5 million. That is hand. So Andre can have a variety of hands in this scenario, but if he's overcalling in a couple of spots, then when he 4-bets there, he kind of has to have it. Middle says good fold or not. I think it's a good fold. But against Andre, questions, beg answering for the most part. Andre been raising. This is turning out to be a very fun feature table with 19 players remaining. We've got a massive stacks battling it out as we get closer and closer to the final table. Still 2 long, action-packed hours of poker to come. Lines are about to go up, I think, or will be in the next hand or two. We're betting 800k here. Corey Levon. Corey Levon betting 800k. Andre's going to call. Already cracked 7 boost. Going to 5 of a heart. Andre, or 7.5 million in this pot. Yes, Alex, thanks for letting me know. Just refresh the page. Should be fine now. I'm just going to bet 1.9 million and get called by Guy Levon. Guy Levon checks. And Andre checks. So I'm trying to think of the best way to approach your strategy playing against Andre. Your main aim of the game is to keep the pots small. Obviously, he's not going to let you do that too easily. I'd be playing a very call-happy game against Andre and trapping him more than trying to get in these huge entanglements that could end up being 70, 80, 90, 100 big blind pots. Bird has to leave. Goodbye, Bird. Caw-caw! Marco. 12 bigs behind here on the river on the 4, 9, Queen, Ace, Jack. He will take that one down, getting back some well-needed chips. So the blinds have officially gone up. 2 75-minute levels remaining tonight. We played this level in on 2 forms of break and for one more level. Waji last Wednesday, we finished. We just said there, 2 more 75-minute levels remaining. Blinds have just gone up. Small blind is 150k, big blind is 300k. With a 300k running big blind entry, that's 150, 300, 300. Thank you, Yoda Code. I've refreshed the page. I just don't understand why it keeps happening. I'll get a technician to look at it in the morning. We are back earlier in the morning than normal, I believe 1 hour to be precise. So it will be 1:30 Central European time instead of 2:30 Central European time. Andre with the 7-3 of spades. 10-8-6 is the flop. All diamonds. Flop goes check, check. Andre might feel compelled to bet at some point. He's got a very horrid hand to do it with, though. 18 players remaining now. Yeah, I did predict this. 2 million is the bet. 2 million is the call. 8.9 million in the pot as we hit the river. River is a 6. Now, Andre has to know he can't win by checking. That's a terrible card. It's a brick, essentially, unless we decided to bet on the turn with a 6. Here's the board. It's way less likely your opponent would fold a queen if we bet. Owen says, are we playing till 4:30? No, we're not playing for until 4:30. We're playing this level, which is 75 minutes. And then we are playing one more 75-minute level. Andre does bet 5 million. It's going to get the bad news. And he has gone from 20 million plus back down under 10 for the second time in less than 2 hours. Pure and utter scenes. At least we are getting spoiled with action. Faint B says hello, chat. Hello, Faint B. Blaze for Hire says no. Just no from Blaze. No further comments or questions, Your Honor. If someone thinks it's chip dumping, you should watch some of the hands that took place earlier. It might change your mind. Oh yes, Owen, you're fairly correct. With a break on top, it is actually going to be close to 4:30. You are entirely right. I just had to add it up in my head. Andre has 100% VPIP. I'd say it's not far off. He's in every pot. This isn't something you see every day at Kings. Now, this is the summer splash. Loves the action, this fella. Getting a call on the turn here on the 18-4 Queen 4 board. That's with Jack Bruce. Marco with the Queen 5. There's 300K and a call. Faint B says a 3 to 4 bet bluff is better instead of 1. Oh, you've been missing scenes all day, Faint B. Go back and watch hand 166 of the day. It'll leave hairs on your chest. Thanks for letting me know about the mic as well. I'm going to have a technician look at it in the morning. Just want to get through these last 2 levels. Maybe if there wasn't 7 servers between Ireland and Kings, it would be a bit more manageable. We're doing our best anyway. I keep refreshing the page. All the settings are the same. It's a brand new €250 headset. So, and my internet has been working like a charm. For the last month, I've been grinding online. The only way my internet has not been working like a charm is I can't seem to win. Maybe the few days break with the commentary will do me good. Bet of 850 with a turn set from Sebastian. He's lost a few pots from 30 million down to under 25. But that is the lay of the land. Thought that was a very small sizing to choose there on the turn as well. I would prefer to see him use somewhere around 2 million No less than 1.5. 850, just way too small. Faint B says with the possible draws, you bet bigger. I want to bet bigger to get more value, but maybe I'm just being a bit too greedy. Was the pot not 3.5 million? I wouldn't be going anything less than 40 to 50%, whatever the pot was. I thought he went with like a quarter or 20% even. Perhaps I looked at it wrong. $2.2 mil, so he bets 850. Yeah, it's not the end of the world. I was just thinking somewhere around 1.4 million to 2 million sounded a bit too big when I did say 2. I think we're either getting called there on the turn faint B or we're not. So betting like 850 or betting 1.4, I feel like we're still getting called. Take that one down with his fifth ball, with his back 8 of clubs. Parker says tomorrow will be the final day, but starting at 1:30 Central European Time, 12:30 p.m. UK, early start. Yes, early start because it's going to be a long day. Unlike this one. Three bets to 2.15 million with the ace jack off suit. Poor Marco Villa has been put in a world of hurt for most of the day. We'll call. Flops pretty well here, but just gets shoved on. 4.5 million behind. This is a pretty tough spot. You've backdoor clubs working for us. A king or a queen could be good. 10 for a straight. The counter balance to that is Guy Levon will have all the overpairs. He will have ace jack. He can have jacks, 8s, 9s, maybe even 10s. Marco will let it go. If we had something like 10 bigs or less there, I would feel fairly compelled to call it off, depending on how much money we already had invested. Alex Bosbas wants to know what the difference between the light and the dark cards on top of the screen are. Oh, the dark cards are the outs that aren't available. Thank you, Apocalypse, yes. Fate B says he would have bet 1/3 on the flop instead of shove. I would have opted to do something similar. Marco is going to shove it all in. See, he's getting so frustrated. He decided to put it all in pre here with just 5 high, albeit suited. Not the biggest fan of this. Sebastian trapping him with the ace king. It is king 10-5. And Marco Villa needed help here, or he's going to be eliminated in 18th place. Juicy turn card gives him a flush draw. Sebastian's been running pretty hot. Sebastian over 30 million once more. Marco has been eliminated. 17 players remaining now, and that means we are 1 elimination away from another redraw. So no pay jump to worry about. All players remaining still guaranteed €4,500, but redraw looming on the next elimination. 14.6 million is now the average stack, close to 50 big blinds. Andre 3-betting to 2 million and change over the open from Sebastian. I wouldn't be opening too wide into Andre either. I wouldn't even bother opening the 8-7 offsuit. Andre is just going to pounce and attack way too wide against us. We've all the chips. Doesn't mean we need to get too out of line. We're playing over 30 million, 100 bigs. Yes, there are some shorties. I'd have to see the exact stack sizes. I just would like to avoid confrontations with Andre until we are trying to set him up. Apocalypse is going to head off now. Take care, everyone. See you all tomorrow. Thanks a million for all your help, Apocalypse. Rest up, Buttercup. See you tomorrow. Rangers just going to rip from the small and the Jack 8. He's far. It's a risky business there. So hope your opponent hasn't hit the flop if you're going to make a move like that. Waji will take that one down. With the ace king. So Sebastian over 100 big blinds. Guy Levon with 91. Zdenek with 45. Andre with 39. And Jens with 23. Still 17 players remaining now. One elimination away from the redraw. Zdenek in raising with the ace-9 of diamonds. Andre defending with the 8 deuce off suit. Again, very, very wide defend, to say the least. Ace of spades rolling off on the turn. 2 pair. Gonna bet. Andre will let one go. Jens bets 1.15 million with the ace king of clubs on the jack 7-7. We've got action, Andre, with trips. Wow, turn is the 4 clubs. I wouldn't be shocked if we lose, Andre, in this hand. Dirty river card for Jens. Not so much if you're Andre. With the full house now, stack to pot ratio less than 1-1. I think we just jammed for Andre, although hard to get called by worse. What a river. Andre just check. Yeah, the more I thought about it, Andre's not going to shove the river. He thought his opponent was going to have a jack. Understandable. Oh, it's Southside Ronnie. What's up, Southside Ronnie from Canada? Nice to have you with us in this late hour of the day. It is live, as live can be, on a 30-minute delay. And if you want an idea of what's been going on, watch hand 166. That'll give you a bit of an idea of what's taking place at this feature table today. So Tony says, whoa, 99 big blinds. Yes, whoa, indeed. You join us for the second last level of the night. We are one elimination away from a redraw in this mammoth field of 4,965 total entries, smashing the prize pool. So Ronnie's just seen him check the full house down crazy. Oh, yeah, watch hand 166. You can go back on YouTube as far as I know. $166, I did say, Alex. And I spy with my little eye, top right hand corner of the screen, 16 players remaining now. So this is the last hand before we go on a redraw. Will be the last redraw of the night. So Sebastian with 100 bigs, Guy Lavom with 93, Andre with 48, Zdenek with 46, and Jens with 12. When we come back after the break from doing a redraw, we play the rest of this level and one more level tonight. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Very aggressive. He likes to squeeze when you see a couple of holes. He likes to do that. Sometimes we wake up with a hand.
This direction, not in that direction.
Yeah, we have to change things around. I think I might have to go back to my old strategy.
All in. I saw you.
Set of
in the
nines
house.
for the German.
5-6 now.
Yeah,
10
Germany
years ago.
versus Germany
All
here
in,
as
all in,
Wintersberger
all
has the
in.
flush draw.
Like on nine.
Hey, poor, as long as it works.
Online is
Who's
just
table?
Yeah.
Tournament. Click, click. Second bullet, third bullet.
Hands bullets. 100 key each.
The overbet here, 11,600.
It's kind of interesting. The overbet. Would he ever mix in some bluffs, some backdoor hearts with the overbet, while also with the value? And on this type of texture, you're almost guaranteed a call from all the two-pair type of holdings, right?
Your first trip to Bahamas.
Clean river for the nines.
3 of
And you
diamonds.
played like we heard about before. Hyper aggressive.
How much now?
You're hoping to be up against two-pair. Overbet turn, would he ever do it again on the river? Does not. Just hoping to get paid.
25K.
Sizable.
All right, do you have milk? Just right, so I can mix with the tea. Yeah, keep these. This was here already. Thank you.
bets, you know.
Ooh, 2 kings.
And just quickly calling does not put in the 3-bet.
Shahar in there with the 7s.
No respect. Unbelievable. American under the
Suarez
gun.
calls
Look
8-5.
how American under the gun. Well, you have these others too. I don't know, but you have a little something.
Ace 5-3. Palm out, flops Mufasa.
Just going to start betting right away. Could have gone check as well and just sort of pot control remain under repped, but this may thin the herd. Maybe Shahar comes along. 7 of diamonds in hand. Yeah.
Does make the call.
Suarez, a little taste. Bottom pair. Well, middle pair. If we believe the 5 and the 8 are clean.
That's a call?
Being laid a price to peel. Oh.
Whoa.
Or just shoot it up.
To 7K.
Did not see this one coming. This is quite fascinating. Perhaps having the 5 of diamonds in his hand feels he can get a bit creative. Able to represent a hand like 5x of diamonds later on down the road. If a diamond were to present itself and gets the best hand to fold at the moment, now can he get 7s out? Wow.
Yes, he can. Bravo, Anton Suarez. Going to work with the 8-5, getting a good one through.
You play bomb pot a lot or no?
Not really.
There's actually a lot of skill in bomb pot.
Yeah, I mean,
Does the fish don't bluff enough in bomb pot? And bomb pot's a lot about bluffing.
I never saw any bluffing bumper. I don't know what bumper.
I never seen a bluffing bumper either.
I don't know what bumper to play, man.
What do you mean? Sorry. What do you mean? It's a big bluffing game. If people are
You're a big bomb pot
No,
guy.
I think Palma's just stone wrong here.
Double board?
yeah.
You're talking, okay.
I was going to say that.
Yeah, double board.
No,
bomb.
because I ordered
No,
before.
double board bomb pot. Then there's a lot of bluffing
Yeah.
in the game.
Even more
At
wrong.
least it is. If you're playing it right, you should be.
Well, he's going to get a seat in any double board bomb pound gate he wants.
Particularly when all the cards are out already. Like, there's a lot of bluffing. People can only win on one board a lot of the time. So it's hard to call all-ins when you can only win one board.
Yeah, maybe. I haven't been playing much.
I know whenever they have it, though, every hand is all-in. Like, for the most part. Like, every pot is, like, gigantic. That's lineup, too. You get a good lineup for that. Because these guys are terrible. They're literally only playing for one board. You're like, what is going on here?
Chasing flush draws.
Big people.
And now turning full is Runkin.
Oh.
Good check back.
6.
Oops.
Betting 6K. Not
Yeah,
going to love what
sneaky
comes
check
next.
on the river by Runken with the boat. Check both turn and river, and obviously now come in with a check raise.
Thank you.
See y'all's comments about the sound. Our producers in Korea communicating with those in Rosvedhof, so they're going to get the table sound turned up for you guys.
Show. For the camera. Big hand, big hand.
Green 10, green 10.
You have a bluff? You have green 10? Yeah. What do you have?
You have green 10.
What do you have?
So, Fotis, this is a good question. It helps
Advantage, but you'd be heads up at some point.
for some of our newer viewers. Can someone explain the event? Sure, this is the World Series of Poker Europe main event. A 10,350 euro buy-in. This is day 1B. You see on the top right corner of your screen 107 entries. In day 1B, 91 players currently in the tournament.
I love folding. I watch the blood. Watch the blood.
So this is our main feature table. We have
so nice to just be on the sideline.
about 11 more just like this out in the field.
I won car accident.
One accident.
Car accident, yeah. Everyone, throw your chips in, you fish cakes. This table's huge.
10-6 deuce, top 2 for Suarez. Jack's in a bit of trouble.
And Suarez, too, opening very early position with 10-6 suited.
Chips as closest to him as possible.
A dream scenario.
I'll
Somehow
throw him in,
flopping top 2 on a rainbow board and up against 2 jacks that were lying in the weeds.
Turn 7.
A little defensive now, Suarez. A little concerned about hands like 8-9 suited that could have been home, I suppose.
River Queen.
Mufasa decision. Do we try and get a little extra value? What are we targeting? It would have to be a 10, maybe pocket 9s, pocket 8s. The backdoor clubs did start to show. Then the Queen of Hearts on the river could complicate matters, and he is going to go for some thin value with the jacks. Snap called.
Yeah, the look on his face says it all. Is the 10-6 suited? How? How are you in there?
The 5Ks?
Yeah.
Coming. Relax.
Oh, I thought he was straddling 2.5x. I was like, this guy's got big balls, but the blinds are up.
Easy, easy, easy.
Wow.
Easy.
I've seen this movie before.
Michael, why are there so less entries on day 1B compared to day 1A? All the satellite winners Online do get pushed to 1A.
Yep.
507 entries in that flight. Working on 110-ish here, as you see in the top right corner of your screen.
Oh, the tunes are back,
they're
Jeff.
back, baby.
I know the song, but I can't name the artist.
Yeah, that's the same. Really crank it.
See, all this because of
Okay,
his brother.
the cold 4.
We got a game.
Faucet calls with the 10s. More than 51K in the pot. And it comes queen high. Pot starts to get more in.
Doesn't seem like a great calling hand.
Yeah.
2 10s, he will flick it
Wow. Runcon gets paid off with the queens.
All right, folks, welcome back after the break and the redraw. 16 players remaining now, 2 tables of 8. Going to be chasing that first prize tomorrow of over €150,000. We have Mikhail Shu, who is a very well-known Czech Republic player, and our Mr. Zokre Zdenek Mital Robert Blausers. I don't know how I'm saying that, but looks like it's some form of a nickname. Eternaut with 27 and Jens with 12 is your shortest stack. That's how they're looking at this feature. If you've been with us for the last 12 hours, one more level to go. 42.2 million for the chip leader. Expect to see Mikhail Shu be very aggro. Very accomplished poker player. Alex says 166 was a wild hand for sure. Jason will have nightmares about that hand. He will, yeah. I don't know if you can call there with the queens. It's really tough to do. Call or fold. Just to call and get that wrong in a pot of that size just feels grim, man. King's betting 450k on the ace-3 deuce, Mr. Zokri. Where did he come from? He wasn't on our list at the start. Oh, he was 60 bigs. Must have missed him. He's going to raise to 1.15 million. Interesting turn card giving Zdenek a set of kings. Won't look too scary to Mr. Zokri. $1.7 million is the bet from Zdenek. And the ace queen Not going to lose any more money, I don't think, now. Diamond saved him. There he is. The stud himself. Mikael Schuh. Blinds did go up, by the way. 200k, the small blind after the break. 400k is the big blind with a 400k running big blind ante. So Mikael Schuh will take that one down with the ladies. Open from the rejam with the ace nine off three. Then open from Zdenek. Nice rejam. You see a lot of players just call there in the big. I think it's a good adjustment to rejam here with 16 remaining. As Alex says, this might get interesting. But we do have an hour of poker remaining. It's going to get interesting with Mikael's shoe with that amount of chips. Big boy bracelet winner, 861,000 in total live earnings. Knows his way around a poker table, our Michael. Well, Pair No Draw says no or long day today. What's up, No Pair No Draw? Great to have you with us. Share the love. Following since the 24th of December 2023. If you're not going to bet 1.2 million. And he will take that one down. How you doing? No Pair, no draw. 1 hour remaining. You're just in time. If you want an idea of what way things have been going at this feature, check out hand 166 of the day. Oh boy. Working and lurking. That's a good combination. Sometimes I'm just lurking myself. Or digging myself holes, talking away. Do see an all in the call. Shoe against Felix for 7.6 bigs total. 8, 3, deuce, ace, queen. Felix gets a well needed double up and is now playing 18 big blinds. Won't bother Mikael Shoe too much. He's still playing 40 million. There's no pair, no draw. Says trying to get approval to be permanently remote at work so we can move. My boss is cool with it. Her boss is cool with it. The next guy is at Deek. So we're trying to convince him to sign off on it. Just give him an ultimatum. Make him an offer he can't refuse. Tell him to go get the papers. Get the papers. I find, though, if you make people offers they can't refuse, and vice versa, it's an awesome thing. Snow Parrot says, how can I reach these bosses? Felt weird to not say how can I reach these kids, but that one was for you, no pair, no draw. Yeah, it's tough when you're replaceable. Expect to see Mikael Shu be incredibly aggro as we get closer and closer to the FT on this last level of the day. And I just realized mid-sentence there that Andar is a player I played against deep in a tournament at Kings in 2017. He claims to be a master reader of the game. He was quite aggro and talked a lot. Was trying to see if it was him. It definitely is. Unless he has a doppelganger. Ethernet raising 800k from under the gun +1. Don't know what the strategy should be for a lot of the remaining players. They're going to be very tired to play for many days on end. They'll want to bag and tag and come back with the opportunity to play for so much money tomorrow. Not every day you get through a field of over 4,960 players or 50 players, just 16 remaining. All guaranteed a minimum of €4,500, and there is a €1,200 pay jump, the difference between 16th and 15th place. So the Kings will take that one down. Pretty good run out here for Shu. Turn is a 6. River is a 6. Zdenek misses his clubs, but does have decent pair and will pay him off. Ace King got him in raise. Jen's going to shove the last of his 4.4 big blinds in with King Queen off suit. But look at this. Ethernaut waking up with queens behind. Makes it 4 million. No pair, no draw. Wanting to know, should he reshove there with the queens? I think we just commit ourselves. Actually, it's all the one. Just shove, yeah. Mr. Zoc is not going to be getting away from it with the dead money from Jens. I think we just want to It was 5 bet, and Ethernaut is just going to pause before calling it off, one would think. Don't really know why he's taking this long. Obviously, there is a pay jump, but Jens is all in for 4.4 bigs. It is €1,200. He's entitled to take his time, but I would expect to see him put the money in by now. He's not folding. He's leveled himself into thinking that he's flipping at best. I'd be shocked to see him put queens in the book. He should have just jammed pre. If you want it in juice, you put in about 2.7 or 3 mil and hope it looks like you are trying to take the money away from Jens and get Mr. Zokri out of there. We'll just call him Mr. Z. But Z has made his hand look so strong that Ethernet is leveling himself into thinking that queens are flipping at best. And if he does think that, we've seen crazier things happen at kings, and his queens would go into the muck. I do predict we will see him eventually call. I wonder how long this goes before a clock is called. He's apologising. Your apology's no good, mate. Make up your effing mind. I know. That's been a bit hasty and rude, but because it looks so strong from Z, he's leveled himself into thinking that he might have to fold queens, because he doesn't think Mr. Z is going to shove that quick with jacks. And if he doesn't do that with jacks, it's ace-king at best. And if it's not ace-king, it's going to be kings or aces, of course. He has 30 seconds to act. Does go with it. Okay. 8-5 says, commentator, don't look for excuses. I wouldn't normally be one now looking for excuses. I'm just trying to give him some form of a benefit of the doubt. I'm not one for mincing words. I say what I see. I see what you're saying, though, 85. Enough is enough. Just trying to play devil's advocate and see both sides of the coin. It is a gigantic pot with 16 players remaining. Queens, ace, king, king, queen offsuit. ECW said it's ladder spot, that's why he tanks. Yeah, it is a ladder spot, but he took a long time for a ladder spot when there's a guy all in with 4.4 bigs. I have seen players put in half their stack and fold in situations like this. Queen's just going to be too strong. Deuce 3, 10, 5. And now it's Mr. Z that needs to hit. He does not. That 3 is not a 4. And he will sit back down with 6.9 million. Jens has been eliminated, was about to sit back down. Poor Jens has had a long, hard battle today. A couple of spots did not go his way at all. So we are going to balance tables. We did not have a double elimination, but the pay jump has been reached. 15 players remaining now. Average stack 16.5 million over 40 bigs, and about 30 minutes and change remaining before they bag and tag and come back tomorrow with the opportunity to play for over €150,000. And let's not forget about how many World Series of Poker Europe main event tickets are also in the mix. And are faced with a 3-bet. Look, 85, you're going to see a lot of tanks. This is just the way it's going to be. You're going to see lots of tanks tomorrow as we get closer and closer to the final table. 14 players remaining now. They're all going to be tanking like crazy for the last 30 minutes. No player wants to bust before tomorrow. So much money on the line. You come back with a fresh perspective. I've played with Andar before, and he takes a long time with his decisions. Really tries to get a read on you, staring you down, talking, etc. And that was in 2017. But you can't teach an old dog new tricks. I doubt he's changed that much. Meanwhile, Mikael Shu picking up the pre-flop nuts. Is 6, 4, 7, 2 spades on the flop. 1.1 million is the bet from Shu. Felix with a tough decision here. No spade in his hand. This flop will smack his perceived big blind defending range more so than the opening range from the hijack. Now, Shu will be betting with a variety of hands, and he'll be opening fairly wide with a stack like that. So he will have a lot of connectivity with that flop. Case in point, and are staring Felix down for quite some time. Will call. Perno Draw says he may get tanked tomorrow too. Get all your artillery ready. Best of luck with your job situation. Keep a cool head. Easier said than done. Colonel Dross is after working office tomorrow, so hoping for some progress on that. If it doesn't go my way, I'll be stopping at the liquor store on the way home. Just don't drink and drive. Arrive alive. Mr. Z is just shoving from the cutoff here for 14 big blinds, and I don't like it. ICM says no. Maybe if we were suited, but the offsuit variety, just not going to cut the mustard to shove this amount of bigs this close to the end of the day. And Zdenek has a bit of a decision here for 14 bigs with King Queen offsuit. Again, I think we need the edge pass here. I would probably call King Queen suited and fold the King Queen offsuit. I really do think it's that close. If there's any ICM wizard in the chat who wants to try plug that one in into a calculator at this hour of the morning, you go right ahead. I would even fold Ace-10 offsuit. I think. No, I would call Ace-10 offsuit, because there's too many of the 10 combinations to shove the Queen-10 suited, the Jack-10, the King-10. So we call with Ace-10, and I would fold with Ace-9. Well, Pair No Draw says, thankfully the store is closer to home than the office, so I only have to avoid temptation of cracking the bottle for about 6 minutes to get home. Very good, yeah. We wouldn't want it being like one of those M&M videos. Is it Stan? Zdenek won't be folding ace king here. Felix raising to 800k. The comeback kid says you can't even call king queen suited in this spot. Yeah, okay, fair enough. At some point we have to draw the line. So we fold king queen. Yeah, perhaps king queen suited is still a little bit too light, but yeah, I'm calling ace 10 plus. The pairs, I would say maybe 8s plus. Sucks to call with 8s, 14 pigs there, or 7s anyway, are going into the muck. I think we need to draw the line somewhere. Pair no draws is there, makes a drive. Yeah. Ace jack plus 9 plus. Yeah. Seems like I am a tad bit too loose. There for 14 big. Yeah. And that's it. I don't know how to put time to calculate the third one. Ace jack plus 2 fine. But the ace 10, if your opponent's shoving king 10, if you shove the ace 4 off too, that has to take into consideration here. It's ridiculously low shove. If he's shoving ace 4, like we don't know that he's shoving ace 4. We don't know that he's shoving ace 4. It's nice to do it. If he's shoving ace 4 off, that means he's shoving king 10, jack 10, all the suited varieties of those, and then we're just going to fold ace 10 off too. Right, I've refreshed the page for the last time. Right, 5 hands remaining. What I was trying to say was, if he's shoving hands like ace 4 off, you don't know that. Surely he's shoving king 10 suited, jack 10 suited, king 10 suited, and we're just going to fold ace 10 off suited the big. We call ace 10 suited. Does it matter if it's suited or unsuited? We ask the hard-hitting questions, looking for the hard-hitting answers. Robert is shoving over the top of Zdenek. With the ace jack off suit. Felix still has the best hand here on the turn. Blind v blind battle. Jack 4 diamonds against the ace 6 on the king queen. Jack 6. 625 is the bet from Mr. Z. So, last 3 hands of the night. Shoe raises to 900k. Ace-5 offsuit. Round to Andar. Not going to defend with the Ace-7. I actually like folding there with the Ace-7 offsuit. You'll see a lot of players call. These Ace-6, Ace-7, Ace-8 offsuit combinations just don't play that well. Especially under the gun there against the big. Andar is just going to call in the small against Shoe in the big with pocket fours. Ace queen of clubs for Andar. Hoping he could get a bet out of Shoe there on the 6, King, Jack, Ace, Deuce, but it wasn't to be. Last hand of the night coming up, folks. Hope you've enjoyed this stream. If you were with me throughout the day, 13 hours live, just approaching. So shocked to see no bet at all on any of those streets. I'm just trying to get Shoe to do the work for him. But Mikael did not nibble, of course, with the pocket fours. Thanks to everyone who tuned in, the regs, the moderators for your help. We're back tomorrow an hour earlier, 13:30. That's 1:30 Central European time. I'm going to try to get as much sleep as I can. Be fighting fit for the viewers and the fans around the world. Tomorrow's going to be a big day. Play to the winner tomorrow. 13 players remaining. €7,400 the current payout, but we don't want to give you that. €152,500 the winner is going to take home tomorrow. 6 tickets available for the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Also, if you're new to this channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. If you want to find out additional information about the resort itself, head over to the King's Resort website where we have a merchandise store as well. Some really nice goodies on there. Average stack, almost 50 bigs coming back tomorrow with a 70 to 75 minute clock. Thought it was 75, but I seen 70 earlier. I do see there is 6 players remaining in the high roller, actually. €35,000 up top in that from a €660 buy-in. Not bad. Not bad at all. Making 1.5 minutes to go. And there, all of them off too. Danica is saving face. No real reason to do this. There is a pay jump. There is no pay jump. Like a little piggy card protector. Take anyway. And are looking nervous here. 3-betting to 3.5 million. Looking away, folding his arms defensively, leaning back in his seat. Shoe's just going to stick him in here, surely. With the ace queen suited. Shoe decides to just call. Oh, wow. Comes queen high. Check from Shoe. Check back from Andar. Oh, wow. What a turn card that is for Andar in this setup. Check again from Shoe, and now Andar wants to bet an amount to set up a river jam. Just Decides to check again. Told you, this guy is a tricksy little hobbitses. Expect to see him bet that turn. Now I'm going pretty big here if I'm shoot. Wants to get called by... Suppose he can't go too big. He wants to get called by a hand like 10s or 9s, I suppose. So somewhere around 40 to 50%, somewhere around 4 million. Go for 3.8, yeah. Like this sizing. Now Andar is just going to be Hollywooding before jamming. It's not a spot where he expects to ever be up against deuces, 4s, 6s. He basically has the nuts with this top 2 pair. I don't know what that is. It's a raise to 8 million. Is what it is. Now the wheels are turning in Shu's head. What can he beat? Getting an unbelievable price. Just 4.2 million more to call. Last hand of the night. Into a pot of 19.6 million. What can Shu beat now? Can only really beat a bluff. Would and check back flop and turn with a hand like kings or aces. The double check back. Do you think he's going to call or fold? Class, all vote now. For that price. Might be getting 5-1 on a call. It is 10 big blinds more. That's some fold by Shu, all things considered. I expected to see him just shove pre. And that's going to do it. One of the exhilarating last hand of the night. Michael Shu, 95 bigs, and are now at 56. Ethernaut with 49, Robert with 29, Felix with 22, Zdenek with 21. And rounding out this feature table is Mr. Z with 13 big blinds. Thanks to everyone who tuned in. We'll see you all tomorrow for a very, very long day of poker. It was a day that's had it all. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan. Good night.